Hello, everybody. My name is Sam K, and welcome back to the Dead On Podcast. As I already said, I'm your host, Sam K, joined by my fellow co-hosts, Spy Gaming.
I am the Psy of the Spy, and I am sitting in the sky, or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
You are the psychic spider.
Psionic spider, fucker.
Also joined by, who has come back from his extended break, the Hidden Flame.
Yeah, some of us work weekends for a living.
Yes. Some of us have the 9 to 5.
One day.
But anyway, we got a couple topics here today. We're going to be talking about a couple of things, with our main topic being the video game crash of 1983. But let's go ahead and jump into what happened last podcast. Now, if you guys remember last podcast at all, we had quite a few issues with technology. Thankfully, those have all been resolved. My shit will not break.
Right. No one will get that reference. Not one person.
The last podcast, we talked about underrated hidden gems. More importantly, why do great games go unnoticed? But let's go ahead and talk about the Dead On channel. Now, in this last week, I have actually released the Dead On discussion, the first part of it. The Dead On discussions are actually going to be separate from our podcast. With the podcast, we are going to be talking about, gaming news, tech news, that kind of stuff. With the Dead On discussions, we're going to talk about whatever we want. We do tend to have some topics that we touch upon. But the fact of the matter is that we will still talk about whatever we want. Obviously, we've been talking about the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp situation,
which is still not over.
It's still not over. We will touch upon that. But let's go ahead and jump into our gaming news. Flame, I will let you take it off from here.
Okay. Well, the big news of the week was PlayStation's E3 showcase, not E3 thing, which they announced the remake of Resident Evil 4. I think it should be done. It has not aged well at all. I haven't watched the trailer. I will probably one day. But
type F in chat for Flame's hot take there.
I don't say like 4. Okay.
The PC version of 4 actually looks decent as it is, so doing a remake of that is kind of eh?
No, it makes sense. The RE engine is a lot more powerful
now.
Well, the HDMI port that they brought to Resident Evil 4 made it worse. Sure,
you mean HD port?
Whatever it is.
HDMI port. Let's plug it right in.
Well, it may have looked good, okay? It just was like a slog to play through because it was so buggy, so slow.
He's actually talking about the 2009 HD upgrade that happened to the PC version. There was a 2014 Ultimate, it was like RE4 Ultimate or something, that fixed everything.
Oh, and this is, it has to be like a year ago. They released a VR version of Resident Evil 4. Specifically for the Oculus, because I know it's not on fucking Steam. Otherwise, I'd be playing it.
But anyway, Flame, what other news do we got?
The next game that they announced was the Horizon VR game, Call of the Mountain.
Horizon Zero Dawn VR game. Are we going to be playing as Aloy?
Yeah. And it's not Zero Dawn. It's Horizon Call of the Mountain.
Well, yeah, the Horizon Zero. The reason why I said Horizon Zero Dawn is because that's the first game.
Something about Forbidden West got an update. Got the Callisto Protocol game.
Oh, we did get more news on the PSVR 2.
Yes. I think Horizon might be the
Launch title
launch
for it?
game. Yeah.
Yeah.
A new game called Internights. It's like a dating sim action game.
Oh boy, I can't wait not to play it.
I punch you, I love you. I punch you, I love you. Yay!
Yeah, I swear, this is an abuse.
This is an Amber Heard Johnny Depp situation here.
Oh man.
God. We got a new Final Fantasy 16 trailer. I don't think the game's ever going to come out. Street Fighter 6 got a trailer. Hi.
Coda Kitty.
Hi.
Yeah, the Final Fantasy 16 thing. Will they push it back to next year instead of this winter? Or this like next spring?
It was supposed to be 2020, but we all know what happened then.
Well, yeah. Well, they lost a whole bunch of people due to all that shit. So yeah.
Then 2021
due to that, what was that thing again? It was like a small issue that happened.
According to some people, yeah. Then 2021 was the Endwalker, so they pushed it back even further to this year. Now it's pushed back to 2023. It's never gonna. It's gonna be the next. I hope
Half-Life 3.
It's gonna be
Half-Life 3 confirmed.
No, it'll eventually come out. So it's gonna. The way it's going, it might be the next Duke Nukem Forever or
that's not
Scorn,
good.
where the release date just keeps like being pushed back and pushed back.
Mm.
Hopefully.
Oh, so it is Cyberpunk 2077. Okay.
Yeah, it's slowly going to just continue to be pushed back. I would love to play because it comes out in July 19th, but it's called Stray. It's a cyberpunk cat game. You play as a stray cat trying to find something.
That game is one of the biggest hyped games right now. It is like I believe I was talking this with my other friends, and it is like number 3 wish list.
Why?
Across all of Steam right now.
I don't know either. You're just playing as a cat, doing cat things with a mission to find something. That's all it is.
I think a lot of it is because of who the developer is. Let me see.
Blue 12 Studio. Who are they?
Yeah, let me see. Oh, bump, crap, black.
What's our next tech news while Cy looks that up? Or gaming news, sorry.
So I don't know if you guys talked about it last week while I was gone, but the Sega Drive Mini 2 was the big Sega announcement. Okay.
Stray is made by the same people that made Donut County, What Remains of Edith Finch.
That game's fucking boring.
Journey, The Outer Wilds. A lot of narrative type games. Though they did also put out Neon White, which is a pew pew game, recently too. So Neon White is a single player speedrunning FPS where you can sacrifice your guns, blah blah blah. That's their newest game until Stray comes out, and it looks like Stray is their big title for this year.
Okay, so the next big one, like I said, was Sega's announcement of the Sega Mini Drive 2, or Mega Drive Mini 2, whatever. This one's supposed to be a mix of the Mega Drive and the Mega CD.
Sega CD.
For us here in the States, it's the Genesis and the Sega CD.
Yeah. The Mega Drive was its name overseas.
What I do find interesting about this one particular thing is they show 4 pictures for it. All of them are Shining Force. All 3 of the promo pictures. So that either that is an Easter egg or a ploy to say, hey, we might be getting some more of this, because Sega is trying to buy the rights back from Atlas, I think. They have control over it at the moment.
Sega owns Atlas.
Yeah, Sega owns Atlas.
Oh, okay. Maybe they're just trying to get the rights or buy the rights. I don't know. It's gonna be available in Japan only for now, for 10,000 yen, which is 70,
it's like
$80, something like that.
That's not 70 or 80 bucks. That's like 20 bucks.
It says here all these games are included.
That's $100, dude.
In the 9,980 yen,
Is that
or around $76 price.
All right, consider a yen right around the same value as a penny. So I just knocked 2 zeros off, and that's roughly the price.
I think it's worse now.
10,000 yen is $74.09.
Okay, so their money is devalued quite a bit from the last time I checked.
Yes. The pandemonium of the last 2 years kind of has thrown everything into a whack.
I thought that it was actually lower than that, which is why I said like 20 bucks.
Yeah.
Says here 75, so hopefully...
Well, 75 is correct. 75 is correct.
For those of people who are watching in Japan, you'll be able to get this October 27th. As for everybody else...
Sucks to suck. You Japanese.
Pretty much.
I would bet that the
right.
Japanese version will have different games and if it's eventually launched in America, because some of the games will be non-translated.
Well,
Oh, 100%.
One game I'm finally glad is getting a release is Shining Force CD. So hopefully I can get a hold of it.
All right.
And the last big
eBay.
one, the very last big one, was PlayStation Plus's thing finally got released.
The new PlayStation Plus is what he's trying to say.
Yep. It is just like Xbox's, but with a tier system.
Xbox just has a tier system.
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
I haven't looked at it. You can get Xbox Game Pass on the Xbox only, get it on the PC only, or get it on both. And it can also be bundled with Xbox Live Gold or without.
And it's, from what I remember, it's going to have hopefully all of the PlayStation titles from PS1 to PS5.
That's their eventuality type.
Yeah, that's their end goal.
And there will be...
Right now, the PS1, PS2, and PSP collection is really shit.
I can't remember what the number was, but there is going to be a total of 700, 800 games on the store at any given time. But there's going to be... What's the word?
Limited runs.
Well, not limited runs. They're going to be shifted out from time to time. Like with League of Legends, they'll have a few heroes here this week. Next week, it'll be these group. And next week,
rotations.
Yes, that's the word. So if I want to know what the full list is, because there's a lot of old games I'd go back to.
There's a pretty
Legend
big
of
list
Dragoon.
of PSP. No, that's not almost no. There's only maybe like 30 titles right now for the PS1, PS2, PSP area. Splinter Cell was one of their big names that they put out there, and I was like, Splinter Cell.
They actually removed a lot of them before it launched. All of the Life is Strange aren't on it. The
Life is Strange is owned by Square Enix.
The Uncharted games are not on it. The Last of Us games are not on it. But Legend of Dragoon, I read, was going to be one of the permanent games.
Yeah, they haven't put it on it yet.
It's rumored.
Yeah, I haven't. I have it, and they haven't put it on it yet.
Let me know when Valkyrie Profile gets on there.
All the PS3 titles are streaming only.
Yeah, that's because of how the PS3 was designed. The cell processor is almost impossible. Even the guys over at RPCS3 are having issues.
Okay, so for a quick rundown, the cheapest version is $9.99 a month. This will give you 3 free games a month and a small downloadable library.
It's 2. It's 2 free games.
This article says 3. That was yesterday. So they must have upped it. Or this article didn't get posted right. But as of this article, it says provides 3 free games per month and a small downloadable library of PS4 hits. Like Days Gone, Infamous 2, Uncharted, Until Dawn, Last of Us. Okay, I guess they put those back on. The next one up is $14.99. This will be all the PS4 and PS5 games with some classics, in quotations, of PS3 games and earlier.
There's a lot of PS3 games available to play.
Isn't there one higher than it, which is going to have the other games?
Yeah, there's a Platinum or the Ultimate, which I got.
Which is what
price
I
tag.
have.
There's
That's
no
what I
price tag.
have.
What is it? What's the price tag?
$119.99 a year.
Yeah.
Which,
Okay, then.
it doubles the price, but you have access to basically... it's basically what PS Now, where you have the PS Plus, and then it combines it with a year package of PS Now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little bit cheaper, because wasn't it PS Now like a monthly subscription?
Yeah, it was like $15 a month.
So it is cheaper now. If you're talking about the combination.
And Flame.
Yeah, it seems like a high price tag, but yeah.
According to this, it's because there's twice the size of the Game Pass, which is Xbox's side. Twice as amount of games.
Yeah, there are more games on PlayStation side, but Game Pass is significant. Game Pass has the games that you really do want to play. Like, it's a smaller library, but it's like a strong library of games.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's all I got. Next week, I'm hoping to see what Nintendo brings out. Because that's the Nintendo Direct. We might hear more about Scarlet Violet. We might hear more about... What's the other
Bayonetta 3?
Maybe.
Yeah, Nintendo Direct's always a week after E3.
And something regarding the online store with Pokemon Snap, the original, being added.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
That would be interesting.
I did pre-order the Pokemon Violet, so
I think I'm gonna be getting Scarlet, so maybe we can play together.
yeah.
And Flame missed this one. In this last week, we got exciting news that Persona 5, Persona 3 Portable, and Persona 4 Golden are going to be coming to PC and Xbox for the first time ever. These were...
You can't really say that because Persona 3 was PlayStation Portable.
PC and Xbox for the first time ever.
I thought you said PlayStation and Xbox.
It's PC and Xbox, yeah. They were always PlayStation titles.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're always PlayStation titles. Now, of course, Persona 4 Golden was released on PC in early 2021. Late 2020, early 2021, somewhere around there. But we're getting it on Xbox as well, which is very exciting because something that was missed by many people, me and Sai actually had talked about it offline, is that Windows had tweeted, was it 4 months ago? Like, what is your...
long ago, but I think it was like 2 or 3 months ago, where they decided they tweeted like, "Hey, how many times have you beaten Persona 5?"
Yeah, and what's your favorite moment? And it's like, and the minute that I saw it, I was just like, I'm like, that's mad sus. Like, why would Windows of all people be tweeting that?
I just forgot. Scorn finally has a release date again. Frostpunk 2 has a release date. Thank you very much.
No.
The new Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2 port game rematch, I don't know what it is coming up soon.
Didn't they just release that today? Let me check.
Nope, I'm looking on Steam right now. It says coming soon.
Okay.
And the AI Somnia Files 2. It has a release date of as of time recording next week, June 24th.
All right.
Hopefully I can play that one.
Dark Alliance, didn't that have a... I thought this game was already out.
Maybe
that's
that's
a remaster of it?
Maybe it's just a Steam version? I don't know.
Right.
There is no review, so I can't really tell you anything about it.
I mean, can't review until the game comes out.
Right. Moving...
one last thing. Something I've been hearing about. The new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge game is a must-play. I haven't played it yet, so I don't know. But
I've played it.
I'm waiting for the Cowabunga collection.
It's supposed to be like Turtles 2 or Turtles in Time. It's that kind of beat-em-up style. So, who knows? Maybe the three of us...
tits.
Is it
Turtles in Time?
Is it online multiplayer? Yes, online co-op. So maybe one day the three of us will play it.
All right.
We'll see.
And on to the tech news. It's been fucking dry because we are currently still waiting on the next generation of CPUs, the next generation of GPUs. So everything's stagnant until then. We had to scrape the bottom of the barrel to find some of this stuff. So first of all, let's talk about AMD. We've talked about AMD in the past on this podcast. They did announce that they are currently working on their next series of mobile CPU lineups for laptops and everything like that. The idea is that it's supposed to have better thermals than their former series lineups. I believe it was the 5 series. And from there, they have described it as being somewhere in the neighborhood of 32% faster than their former CPU lineup, which is good news. But it is up there with, we're still waiting for the next generation of CPUs from them. Moving on from that, some exciting news. If anybody uses RPCS3 and you have a more modern CPU, you will be seeing a big performance boost. There's a lot of technical terms here that I could really get into, but basically they have changed how they operate and offload the GPU-CPU workload in order to provide a better boost. The version that they're using now is AVX 512 instead of AVX 2. It allows for a 30% performance boost. So if you are a avid, person that enjoys the PS3 library and you want to play it emulated in like a nice 4K resolution or, with a better frame rate than the original versions had, it will now run significantly better. All right, and moving on from that, I am going to talk about this because this is something that Flame actually gave to me because it actually has to deal with Razer. Now, I don't typically like talking about cryptocurrency because I don't consider it tech, but Razer decided to lead a $4 million investment in a Singapore crypto payment startup, which is interesting. I'm not 100% sure why they would opt to invest in a Singaporean crypto payment startup. Interesting method there, Razer. But Razer hasn't always done the best thing in the past.
Especially doing a startup of crypto while it's crashing.
Well, that's actually whenever you would do a startup is whenever it's low. You buy low, sell high.
Well, I understand that, but you want to wait till it levels off a bit, not when it's nosediving. You want to say, oh, wait, we should wait to see if it's going to at least slow back, then you buy. I've looked into stocks, and they're doing something stupid right now.
So the other thing that has actually just found it is apparently NVIDIA has yet again actually pushed back against the current issue with GPU shortages. They are actually going to monitor people's IP addresses in order to try to limit to one per customer to prevent scalping. As we know, in the past, what has been now 2 years, there's been a major issue with scalping of GPUs due to the global chip shortage that is currently happening.
There is an issue with that.
Like we did talk about the fact that the crypto miners moving away from NVIDIA and going over to AMD, I believe.
Well, their ASIC is also becoming more common because GPU mining is becoming a less desirable method. But this is particular to scalpers because of the global chip shortage. Scalpers have been particularly bad here recently. And it's eased up a little bit here in the metropolitan city of Houston, where I live. It is still pretty hard to get a GPU. Sai did say that it's a lot easier where he lives.
Out here, you can get them, but they're price gouged to freaking hell and back.
Yeah. So it's kind of hard to actually get your GPU at MSRP right now. But NVIDIA is making a move to try and even further push back against the scalpers. And I think that is everything for my tech news today. So let's go ahead and move on to Sai's game picks of the week.
All right, game picks of the week. Well, I haven't been doing a ton of gaming this week, so that makes things a little bit harder. I've been fooling around on the new PS Plus thing since that has a whole bunch of stuff in it. So I just basically like try one game, try different game, try different game. I played a little bit of Valhalla. I played a little bit of like a couple of the PS3 streaming games. So I played a little bit of Force Unleashed because I was like, hey, I want to try this. Oh my god, it looks really bad on my 4K screen.
So let me ask you a question, because I'm an OG Assassin's Creed fan. Like, I've played it since the first game. How is Valhalla?
It really, if you have played Origins or Odyssey, it is very much like that in gameplay. It is a lot more. It is considerably different than the OG Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed 3. There's a huge development in time and game mechanics since that time.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that the flow
15
is
years.
The flow is a hell of a lot better, I think. I loved Odyssey. Odyssey was a really fun game. I bought Origin just recently. I haven't had the chance to install it yet. And
Origin, that's the Egypt one, right?
Yeah, Origin is the Egypt one. Valhalla is the Norse one, and Odyssey is the Greek one. Odyssey was really fun. What I've been playing, besides just fooling around on my PlayStation, is like Life is Feudal, Your Own. I'm playing a lot of that because I've been playing that for like 6 to 8 months, something like that, and I've just been continually building up my claim and stuff, and helping out with the community there, and that's pretty much my primary. Is something that I play at least an hour a day every day. Builder Simulator just came out, so playing a little bit of that. They have a really like almost no story mode. They have like 10 missions of story mode, and it's all sandbox, so that's kind of crap.
So it's like 7 Days to Die,
you know,
where they give you the first set of stuff, and then you're on your own.
The Quarry just came out. I'm sure that everybody knows about it. And if you don't know about it, you've probably been sitting under a rock. I'm about an hour into it, and I just need more time to play it.
The best way I can say to that is, if you don't know what it is, just look at YouTube.
Supermassive games.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Sai, for your game picks today.
I do have one game that I've randomly picked up.
For no reason?
Yeah, I was like, I had a few dollars. I'm going to see what I can buy on Steam. And
all right, let's hear it.
So there's a game out there called My Lovely Daughter. It is a very hard game to play because the idea of that game is your daughter died and you're trying to make a homunculi or golem or something to bring her back. So you're using alchemy and all that stuff. And if it's not right, you got to kill them. It's hard. They made a sequel to that game called My Lovely Wife. And instead of homunculi, it's succubuses.
Oh, Jesus. Is this going to delve into like porn games?
No. There is no, even though it does have adult themes on
so
the
yes,
thing,
porn game.
but there's no porn in it. It's all the assumed. It's like GTA. It has the adult themes thing on it.
Well,
But
it's an FTB.
I played it, and it took me about 4 hours to complete it. Was not worth playing. Because it's like, okay, you just did this ending. You can reload back to right before you did it and try something else.
Mm.
There's no punishment at all in this game. So if you're into that kind of game, cool. If not, I do not recommend it. It was like $10, so it's not a big loss.
If you're an anti-masochist.
Something like that.
That'd be a sadist.
All right, so let's go ahead and move on to our first topic. Our first topic is actually our tech topic of the day. CPU or GPU upgrade first. So if you don't know, whenever you have to build a computer, you have three major components. You have the RAM, you have the CPU, and you have the GPU. They're the big three that go into the performance of your gaming setup and how well it's going to run. And there's always been the discussion of, as a gamer, do you want to upgrade your CPU first or you want to upgrade your GPU first when it comes time to, do your massive upgrade? And it's always gone back and forth as to what it is that you should upgrade first. Even tech experts like myself can't really give a definitive answer to that. But we're going to discuss it here. So I'm going to open up the floor to you guys. Flame, you probably can empathize with this since you are needing to do an upgrade right now.
I can give my answer on this.
Yeah, go for it.
I would say that CPU first, just because and upgrading a CPU will, even with a low-end crappy video card, will improve your performance overall because it will offload some of the performance. Whereas if you have a really crappy CPU, when you upgrade your GPU, it just gets bottlenecked and you're not getting any better performance.
I honestly would think you should do it really depends.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to get a new graphics card, but you don't need to upgrade your GPU, if you're just going one step over and your GPU your processor can hold on to it, then go for it. It may throttle a bit till you do upgrade, but you don't have to buy it immediately. You will in time, but just not immediately.
So to counter both your points, the thing is that whenever it comes down to it, sort of, yes, there is a offloading that does happen between GPU and CPU usage. And by the way, I just noticed Sai has a 5 o'clock shadow going on.
Well, this is kind of what's the word? This is kind of a random time, so.
But the CPU upgrade, the CPU is the brain of the computer. It is whereas the GPU is kind of the brawn. It does the heavy lifting. It's, Mr. Muscle Man. And you are kind of correct, Sai, that you are going to see a performance upgrade, but you're not going to see it in a game. You're going to see it whenever using a computer as a computer, as opposed to a gaming machine. In a game, if you have a shit graphics card and a awesome CPU, it's not going to do anything. It won't change jack shit, honestly, because the GPU just simply is not strong enough. So the big problem is, I've been working with technology since I was 17. Jesus Christ, that means that it's almost been 10 years. And, you know, it's one of those things that Flame's kind of right. It is more of a case-by-case basis. For instance, if you have, let's just say, you know, the top-of-the-line GPU from 5 years ago, you're going to still be able to use that top-of-the-line GPU, but you have, you know, a mid-tier CPU from 5 years ago, you're going to have to upgrade that first, because otherwise you are going to be horribly bottlenecked in what games you can play. And bottlenecking actually does work both ways. You can actually bottleneck your CPU as well. With how the rule of thumb is that your GPU should be at 100%. And your CPU should not be at 100%. So your CPU should always be in the 60, 70-ish range, and your GPU should, because that means that you're utilizing your entire GPU. If your GPU is sitting below 100%, that means that you're bottlenecking it. So it's more of a case-by-case basis. That's why it's hard for somebody who has been working with technology for such a long time, like myself, like others in the industry, to really give a definitive answer on this. And it's really why it's an interesting discussion all the time. It's like a timeless discussion, because, you know, there's no actual answer to it. It's just something that you can talk about.
Really, I mean, it depends on the answer depends on what you currently have,
and what you need.
Yeah, you know what you need based on what you currently have. But yeah, okay, so last weekend, 2 weeks ago, I upgraded my sister's computer. Basically, I gave her the new PC that I built. 5600G. Basically, this is something that Sam built and then gave me the specs for, and I built it, except for I added a graphics card.
Because you found one for a good price.
Yeah, 1660S, which is pretty decent. It's not like top tier.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very mid-tier card. But she had an A8 processor,
which A8 was released back in 2010, just to give you guys an idea,
and a 740 graphics card,
which I think was 2011 that it was released.
Yeah, and she was running Astroneer on it. And I mean, she could play like Terraria and like the light games like Stardew Valley, but she's playing Astroneer. She's playing Sims 4. She is playing these games that actually have pretty high requirement, graphically. And I'm sitting here like, the first thing you want to do is toss that computer in the trash. At this point, I took it as basically as part of the payment, so I could just lower her cost. Lower her cost. That thing's junk.
That's maybe $100 computer right now.
Yeah, the only thing that was worth anything out of it was a new hard drive she got a couple years ago. So
yeah, and you could probably resell the RAM in it, and that's about it.
Maybe if it's DDR3, maybe not.
No, DDR3 still has shelf life. DDR3.
Okay.
People still buy it. They use it in like secondary computers and stuff like that.
If you need I don't know if it still happens anymore now that Microsoft bought Minecraft, but people had a secondary computer to run servers on. Yeah,
that's a lot of people do that, or they'll make their own NAS out of old computers like that. But yeah, that thing. If you want to use it as a normal computer, it's gone. It's junk at that point.
Yeah, I have an A10, which is also a 10-year-old processor, but I have a 960 in it. I think, yeah, it's a 960, 970. And it's like, I might just use that as, put it on the side and use it as, like, run a server or something. Instead of actually running anything, because it's not a fast computer. It's slow as fuck.
Yeah, that's why I said most people just use it as like a cheap way to have a NAS or something, somewhere that they can offload storage.
Yeah. Yeah, the old my sister's old one. I was probably going to take it apart and toss everything. I opened the damn thing and it's just all dust and cat hair.
Yeah.
But I don't think anything besides a full replacement could have fixed that. A CPU or GPU, that is not the question anymore. How much will it cost to replace this?
Yeah. And there's stuff like that as well. And whenever I had given you that, of course I didn't include the GPU because you gave a budget of, was it $400?
$500 to $600. But
500.
Yeah, the video card and the Windows copy.
Yeah, which, by the way, next time that you need a copy of Windows, reach out to me because I can get you one for a lot cheaper.
Yeah, it was like $130 for Windows 11.
I still have my copy of the free copy of 11 voucher.
Well, I mean, when I say cheaper, I can get you one for like $10, kind of deal. I buy so many of them. I said buy so many keys that I literally can get you one for $10.
Well, didn't they give everybody who has Windows 10 a free Windows 11 key?
Yeah,
upgrade,
but he was building a brand new computer for his sister. And yeah, whenever you put that thing together, I even said like, oh, she's gonna be able to play games in 1080p. Yeah. Perfectly fine. Very high set. Brand new, like high tier games are going to be like high mid settings. But in it, like Astroneer, she probably can run that shit on ultra. Because even though it's a demanding game compared to what she had, it's not a demanding game compared to modern hardware.
Yeah.
What is Astroneer?
You don't know what Astroneer is
before.
Markiplier played it for a bit. I don't know if you watched it.
He did.
That's where she got the idea for it.
There is definitely a something like that where it's like, and it mostly comes around whenever the next generation of RAM comes around. You have to just rip out everything and upgrade. Right now, we are currently in the in-between era of DDR4 and DDR5. I have gone ahead and made the leap to DDR5. I know that you are on DDR4 side because the 8700K only supports it. And Flame,
he's on DDR4.
He's on DDR4 as well. And really, whenever you're in this weird in-between area, you're gonna see a lot of people who are gonna have to wait before they can rip out everything, because that is an expensive upgrade. Because then you're having to rip out the CPU, motherboard, everything like that. The motherboard is the body of the computer.
The big thing right now, and Linus actually put out a video on this like yesterday or the day before about RAM upgrades. Yep. And how it affects your gaming performance, and it's specifically about gaming.
It's not huge.
Where dual channel is the main thing right now. Most games, even the newer games, don't utilize the DDR5 specific stuff. There's like one or two games that are starting to, but most games don't utilize any of the DDR5 specific stuff.
Well, here's the other thing. RAM, between the lowest tier of RAM, which I think is in DDR4 is 2166. I could be wrong about that. And the highest, which is 4 gigs, gigahertz, in DDR4. The difference is like 3 FPS.
Yeah.
RAM is really important for more complicated tasks. Like, for instance, you can ask Sai. I do like videos over on my Star Wars channel that have like 8 video tracks on them. And it literally looks like it's a nightmare. My editing timeline is a nightmare. Anybody that looks at it would probably scream. But RAM is really important for that kind of stuff. It can help keep Premiere from crashing as much. Because it's still gonna crash. Let's be real, it's still gonna crash because Premiere likes to crash. But it can help with stability in that regard, because RAM offloads anything that needs to be paged, which in games so little needs to be paged that it's not really utilizing the importance of DDR5. I did mine specifically for a workstation style upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
But let's go ahead and jump into our next topic here.
Do you want to take a quick break, right? Are you guys okay?
I'm pretty good. I'll have to have a break after the next topic in order to get some water, but I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before the main topic?
Yeah, before the main topic. Let me go back to this. Okay, so jumping into our next topic, we're going to be talking about Nintendo's influence on gaming. Now, of course, we are going to be talking about the video game crash 1983, so we'll hold off our opinions on that aspect of it. More talking about Nintendo's overall influence. Since we talked about Sega's influence already, Nintendo has had a pretty major influence in the gaming scene. Apart from what happened in 1983 and all of that, they have also brought many characters that have become gaming oh my god,
sorry. I'm trying to fix something here, and that wasn't worth what I wanted.
That have become gaming icons and mascots for gamers all around the world, such as Mario and Link and Captain Falcon. Many different names.
Falcon.
Many different mascots that they've had that have basically pioneered what we see as gamers, and whenever you see it, you immediately think of video games by seeing it. So, I'm just gonna go ahead and open it up to you guys with Nintendo's influence over the gaming industry. Get what you guys are thinking.
Well, as far as the industry or the influence, I think, especially after said events that we'll talk about later, where X company decided to flush its entire company down the toilet, basically. Nintendo was basically the big name for gaming in the mid to late 80s. And it was the big name, it was the introduction, it's what basically pioneered the console generations, and pushed and basically the one of the few survivors from the earlier generations that are still around.
Yeah. And I would say that one of the big things with Nintendo as well that people don't really give them a lot of credit for, simply because it's well known now that Nintendo's always not been the most tech oriented, but they are always doing something new with their consoles. I think personally that their most boring console ever was the Nintendo 64 because it just didn't do anything new.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they have
I was gonna say the Game Boy Color, if there was one.
Well, the Game Boy Color was technically a revision of the Game Boy.
Yeah.
Because it's the same thing. It's just, oh look, now there's
revision doesn't count. A revision doesn't count as a brand new console because it goes towards the same exact sales. Yes, there were Game Boy Color specific games, and that gets really fucking confusing. But it is technically considered a revision.
Yeah, the ones that I think about are, well, yes, I grew up with the Nintendo, the Super Nintendo, the Game Boy. I was on first gen Pokemon. I played
Red or Blue.
All of the above.
I believe
I had Blue.
I think I had Red, and then I went to Yellow, and of course I went through all the generations on the early stages, and then I kind of skipped a couple generations later on.
And wasn't Yellow green, or like an enhanced version?
Yellow was
Blue was green. and I think yellow was black.
I have no idea.
It's confusing.
But Yellow was basically the TV show adaptation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I played Yellow.
Yeah. It was the Pikachu edition, where you started off with a Pikachu and you didn't get the choice of the 3 original Pokemon.
Yeah, because I played Yellow as well. But yeah, I think that the Nintendo 64 was absolutely like the most boring console for them, because if you really think about it, of course the Nintendo had its thing. The SNES was the first time that we had seen a major leap for like game collections. I think the most notable one that many people will know about is Mario All-Stars, where it had the 3 Mario games, the Lost Levels, which was officially Super Mario Brothers 2. Anywhere except for the States.
That was, again, just like the whole Final Fantasy issue. It's because Japan didn't think we'd accept it.
Well, it was
didn't accept the hard stuff.
Yeah, it was considered too hard.
They're like, here's this. It's a reskin.
Yeah, it was Doki Doki Panic.
Doki Doki Panic. Yeah.
What was the MSRP? I know the MSRP for the NES was $199 in the US to start.
I think for the SNES it was $250.
Well, real quick, you can't actually talk about Nintendo with actually not talking about Final Fantasy, because they helped each other. Mm-hmm. If it wasn't for them bringing the Final Fantasy game for the Nintendo, Square and Square Enix wouldn't have been around. Mm-hmm. And Nintendo wouldn't have one of the most popular role-playing games of all time. So they helped each other in the end.
Yeah, but they only stayed with Nintendo for the first 3 games, and then they went over to play
First
Sony,
6.
So.
First 6 games. First 3 games here in North America. First 6 everywhere else. Yeah. Well, actually, no. Actually, no. It was the first...
1, 4, and 6.
Yeah, it was 1, 4, and 6 here in the U.S., but they were titled 1, 2, and 3, and then it was 1 through 6 everywhere else.
And then the Famicom had 2 and 3, so you're kind of not wrong. But the whole them leaving Nintendo was because the whole Nintendo Sony fallout.
Yeah, they wanted a CD.
PlayStation was supposed to be a both.
Yeah, they wanted Square really wanted to be able to put their games onto CDs because cartridges were too small. And
that's I was gonna say that's why Final Fantasy VII looks so blocky.
Yeah,
because it was originally supposed to be for the 64.
Well, it was for the Nintendo Play System, is what it was. That's what it was officially called. And
which is surprising because Nintendo actually is, like you said, Nintendo is an innovator. They go out of their way to create new tech and do new things. The Virtual Boy
they don't like to play well with others.
Well, it's because
I think he's talking more about the fact that they stuck with cartridge-based system instead of innovating to a CD.
Well, they had the GameCube. They had the CDs.
No, with the Nintendo 64.
CDs, but yeah, with the Nintendo 64, they stuck with cartridges, which is like, yeah, okay. But what I was you were talking about earlier, it's like you said that they're innovators. They push the limits on new tech. Especially the wireless tech is one of the things that they've really pushed.
Yeah, that was with the GameCube, which I was going to mention. Some people consider it one of the best controllers ever made is, of course, the GameCube controller, and they made it wireless. It was called the Hummingbird or something.
Well, you didn't like the Duke?
The Duke was wired, dude.
I'm talking about Xbox's giant.
Yeah, the Duke was wired.
Death thing.
The Duke was wired.
Yeah, the Duke was wired, and it's about as resilient as one of these.
Yeah, you could literally beat the shit out of somebody with it.
And then play a game.
Yeah,
Well,
you could play with it. There's blood and viscera all over the controller, and it's like, yeah, I'm playing some Neo Path Matrix Path of Neo.
Wasn't GameCube's controllers the Game Boy SP?
No.
Game Boy Advance, whatever
No.
it was, the second one?
There was a link ability for the Nintendo, the GBA, and the GameCube, but they were specific game related.
It was called the Game Boy Player. I actually have one, and you could.
Well, I was talking about using it as a controller as compared to because
that's what it.
There was a 4 Links game
That's the
that
one
you
I
could play
Oh
all
yes,
four.
so you're talking about the connection. Yes, there is that. But there's also the Game Boy Player where you could actually play. You could actually put in Game Boy games into this add-on.
Crystal Chronicles did it too, I think.
Yep.
That's not the first time that happened with using Game Boy games on a console.
Yeah, the Super Game Boy was also a thing.
Yeah. That thing was trash.
Yeah, but the Game Boy Player was pretty cool. It would upscale the games to 480p, and you could use the Game Boy controller to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
In a few games, it's a little odd because the Game Boy Advance does not have a joystick, so it feels a little weird. But yeah, the biggest thing was they were the first to kind of do the first party wireless controller, because at that point, Microsoft and Sega, because this was Sega's last generation, rest in peace, and Sony had only third party, particularly Logitech was the big one. The Logitech wireless controllers were the big ones at that point.
Mad Cat's controller.
Fuck off.
Mad Catz was good with the original NES. After that, they kind of went downhill. Because they're the ones who brought the joystick, the actual joystick.
What about the fucking Afterglow controllers? It's something that every 16-year-old like to fucking jerk off to. It glows.
I think I have one or two around here, but they're cheap. If you need a cheap controller to bring over to a friend, get one of them,
dude.
Because if you lose it at your friends or if they break it, you're out what, $50?
Dude, I have my own custom. If I'm gonna bring something over to a friend's house, I'm bringing one of my badass custom controllers.
Okay, I would bring my Wolverine. This thing is badass. I don't use half the buttons because I don't have that kind of dexterity.
Yeah.
I have so many of these custom controllers now that I'm just like, I'm gonna bring one of these over because I want my friends to be like, dude, I want that controller, and I'll be like, yeah, I bet you do.
My only issue with this controller, it was $200. I can do this. I can take off the joysticks and the D-pad. I've lost 3 of these already because of it. I hate this bullshit. I'm on my spares.
$50 plus about $20 in the parts. But
I want the D-pads to return as the norm.
They are still the norm.
No, it's the axis, the joystick.
Why the fuck do you want the D-pads to be the standard control? I thought you were talking about the D-pad just being a thing.
No, being the
why?
Because that's what I grew up on. That's what I grew up on.
Why?
He wants to play on his old NES.
You can so Flame, you can only let me point this out. You can only move in 4 directions with this thing. You can move 360 degrees with this.
He is a child, Sai. Compared to what we grew up with and what we had growing up, that is all we knew, and we liked it.
No, I'm not saying that making do with what you had. You are actively asking to regress right now.
The Switch kind of has that feature on some of their games.
Really? Because I see 2 joysticks.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Once a lot of their games, They are using these.
No, they're not.
Over these. Or at least the ones I'm playing are.
But you are actively asking to regress,
the
Flame.
The only joystick that I used was on Bayonetta.
Yeah.
You're actively asking to regress. You're actively...
No, I'm not saying to regress. I'm saying to bring it back so that the D-pad is the main norm while you have the option.
That is regression.
To the joystick.
No, that is regression.
Yeah, how about this? We give people that are old-minded like Flame and give them the option to play with just a D-pad.
Yeah, Flame, I'd love to see you try to play a fucking 3D game with the D-pad. Have fun with that.
How often do I play 3D games these days?
I don't know.
I don't know. You're playing on 2K22 all the time, as far as I can tell.
Well, that's in like 6 dimensions.
That's in 3. It's in 3 dimensions.
It's a joke. Because you have to move your character left, right, up and down, corner to corner.
Yeah, that's 3 dimensions.
Yeah.
That's X. It's literally called X, Y, and Z axis. 3 dimensions.
Yes, I was joking.
I don't think you were.
There are certain games that have to be done. But if you have games like Stardew Valley, you don't need the joystick.
Stardew Valley it should be played on a keyboard. It's literally a PC game.
You can they have it on consoles.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't need the diagonals for it. It helps. There's other games out there that are just the same.
And you could do the diagonals. And you could do diagonals on left, right, up, down. Just hold both of them.
But what you're saying, Flame, is a blanket statement. You're saying it should be the standard. That's regression.
Because look at the Super Nintendo. Yes, you had only the up, down, left, right. You can move diagonals if you push the 2 buttons.
Yeah, but the Super Nintendo was 2 dimensions.
Yes. All 2D games don't need the 3D.
But what I'm saying is that you are putting a blanket statement. You're saying it should be the norm. It should not be the norm. 90% of the games that are made today are made in 3 dimensions, X, Y, and Z axis.
Yeah, okay. Now, if he said something like, all 2D games should make the analog stick, the D-pad, standard, which I can understand. It's like, okay, all I could
understand that, yes.
Standard. Yeah.
Because, yes, that would be, it would work.
All games, then no.
Yes. If it was all 2D games, absolutely. I'd be like, yeah, give me the option to switch it on because sometimes it can help. There are a handful of games that can. But if you say all games, that is active regression. And Flame, I really want to see you try to play a 3D game with a D-pad. Try to play Mass Effect. Next time that you play Mass Effect, try to play with a D-pad.
I don't think you can. Like, literally, I don't think it's
you can. Oh, yeah, you can. If you go to Steam's active profile, you can set this to be your D-pad. Or, I'm sorry, to be your control stick.
I don't know. I might take that challenge one day.
Yeah, and whenever you fucking die 3 times in the span of 10 seconds, I'm going to laugh.
Play Dark Souls. Well, I'll do challenges like play Dark Souls with bananas, or
Dark Souls with potatoes, Dark Souls with the Guitar Hero trailer.
That actually has been done. The Guitar Hero controller with Dark Souls actually has been done. There's a video on it.
Stupid.
Oh, I think somebody's actually done it with bananas too.
Really?
Yeah.
Play Dark Souls using only your dick. You have to.
There was a guy that I saw.
It'd have to be uploaded on Pornhub
though. he played Dark Souls, blindfolded, turned around with with the controller upside down or something, and managed to beat it.
Playing with, I'll be honest, playing with your controller upside down isn't as hard as you might think.
I mean,
blindfolded and not looking at the screen.
That's harder, but if you play with your controller upside, it's actually not as hard as you think.
Yeah, I have seen blind, like people who cannot see, speedrunners for Ocarina of Time.
Oh yeah.
because of sound cues.
Well, a lot of speedrunning is sound cues.
Sound cues and memorization.
Yeah.
As to like where to go and what.
A lot of speedrunners don't actually use any visual cues.
Mm-hmm.
So, back to the original topic, and with speedrunning, Nintendo games are the most speed-run.
Yes, they are.
Speed-runned, whatever. Because they're so broken.
Especially old Nintendo games. Old Nintendo games are really fucking...
One of my favorite games, Mega Man 2.
Mm-hmm.
If you clip it in just the right pixel, I guess, you're at the end of the level in like 3 seconds.
Isn't there a glitch in Mega Man 2 that if you do a specific bug, it will actually transport you to the very end of the game, or to unlock the center boss or something?
Yeah. They say they're innovative. Sometimes you can see them as lazy.
Well, no. Whenever I say innovative, I'm talking more about their technology aspect. I've mentioned it in the podcast before. I think the Switch is the fucking coolest thing ever. It's and I've talked about why, but I'll say it again. The fact that I can take this, if I'm sitting in a fucking doctor's office, something like that, and I can play a video game, and then come home and go like this, boop, grab a controller and start playing it on my TV. That is so fucking cool to me. Like that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Again, they kind of had that with the Super Game Boy.
No, that is not. It is not the same thing. The Wii U and the Super, especially the Super Game Boy, is actually you have to take the cartridge out of the Game Boy and put it into. But you can't.
You quickly save it, put it in, and continue.
No, you can't. A lot of games didn't have save function at that time. You gotta remember, only Pokemon games had the batteries inside of them, and the Zelda games. But you can do that with any game on the Switch. And the Wii U is not the same. It's not. The Wii U had the tablet, but you still had to make sure the console was on, and you couldn't use it anywhere. It had to be on the same Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Yeah, the Wii U was just a mess.
It was.
Well, and thankfully it did not bankrupt Nintendo.
We even talked about this in one of the other podcasts, that we all kind of think that the Wii U was the testing ground for the Switch. They were probably developing the Switch whenever the Wii U was being made, and they were trying to see what the reaction would be, which was, I wish the tablet was portable. Wait, if you guys don't know that was the reaction. I wish the tablet was portable. Switch comes out.
Well, you also have to think Nintendo is extremely lucky.
How's that?
Survive the crash of '83.
Well, they didn't survive it. They
Well, I mean, they jumped in with when the time there was no gaming, and they're taking the chance. It could have backfired
miserably. Yes,
hardcore on them. Yeah. Same thing with the 64. You had PC gaming was coming out at that time.
Yeah, that was the first rise of PC gaming.
The PlayStation was around the corner. They were like, okay, here's our chance.
Could
have crashed.
Fun fact, the Nintendo 64 up until the Wii U's launch was actually Nintendo's worst performing console of all time.
Then after the GameCube, they vanished off the face of the earth. Nintendo, after the GameCube, left the console generation. I don't think the Switch is a console.
It's a handheld with console capabilities.
But with the handhelds, it's like they didn't know that was gonna be a thing.
Yeah,
they didn't know the Game Boy was gonna be popular as it was.
The biggest thing that Nintendo has always done, and I think it's why I like the Switch so much, is like you said, it technically is a handheld. The actual console itself is the handheld. The dock is not the console. The dock is just a giant charger, for lack of a better term. But yes, you're correct. It is absolutely a handheld, and Nintendo has always done really well with handhelds.
That's really where their power is.
Yeah,
especially since they have legitimately, I would say, legitimately killed every other handheld out there.
Oh yeah,
How they killed the Game Gear is beyond me. The Game Gear was more powerful
because the Game Gear had
better speed.
the Game Gear had issues
clientele.
with its screen. It had noticeable ghosting on its screen.
I never noticed.
Yeah, it was the Game Gear had issues with the screen. It also, this one is also interesting. It ate through batteries, and I think it took 6 AA's and in order to power it, whereas the Game Boy took 4. So it was less power efficient, and it was just a multitude of different things.
Also, you had to realize though, it wasn't backlit like the Game Gear was.
It didn't matter.
You could take it on those long trips, and you can play it at night where you had this little bitty tiny light the Nintendo had.
It didn't matter though. Whenever you're talking about it, also was it was also vastly more expensive. I think the Game Boy was like $100, and the Game Gear was like the cost of a new console.
Well, then of course, like I've said before, they did try with the Nomad to continue with their console thing, or their handheld thing, but both the Game Gear and the Nomad were bulky as fuck.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Handheld consoles. I mean, I can understand like the original Game Boy, sure, but it was monochrome. Every other console that they have released, or handheld device that that Nintendo has released since then, has been small form factor for the most part, to basically easily move from one place to another and not have to carry a whole fucking backpack to carry the damn thing.
Yeah,
the Game Boy Pocket.
The weirdest, I think that for me personally, the weirdest console that they managed to beat was the Sony PSP. Because the PSP was actually pretty small.
What killed the PSP was the PS Vita, and that killed itself.
No, what killed the PSP did not sell. It was successful, but it didn't sell well. I think it
didn't sell. Well, in America,
4 or 5
the Vita does the same way.
versions. How did it not sell?
It's the in America they didn't sell very well.
Yeah, because it was getting
they were and still are big in Japan.
It was getting beat out in America by the Nintendo DS,
which is baffling.
Yeah, and it was one of those things that for me, I'm not as surprised about the Game Gear because there were legitimate issues with the Game Gear that like Sai said, you have to take an entire fucking backpack in order to transport the goddamn Game Gear. It's not going to fit in your pocket.
The
Switch will.
Oh, unless you were like in high school, like when we were and wore Jinkos, but
what the fuck is a Jinko?
Very baggy pants with very tight waist.
Jesus Christ.
Well, very baggy pants with wide ass legs. Think of you're basically walking around a fucking tree trunk. But they also had super ass deep pockets.
I'm talking simply about the width of the pocket because pocket width is so small.
That's why they made the Game Boy Pocket.
Well, the Game Boy could fit in it. I've held the original Game Boy. Yeah, it's chunky, but it could fit in a pocket pretty easily. But for me, the more surprising one was actually the Sony PSP and the PS Vita. As a side note, because the PSP and PS Vita were small. They were a small form factor. Like I had a PSP and I was able to carry it around in my pocket. Not only that,
I have a weed machine and
you have two.
Well,
The thing-
I don't count the PSTV as a PS Vita because it's technically not.
The Vita died the same reason the Dreamcast did. It was too advanced for its time.
No.
It
died
had the
because
online capability that wasn't working like it should.
It was using the PS3 system, basically.
Well, if you guys really want to know why the PS Vita died, I can actually tell you.
Sure.
It died because, at least as far as I could tell, it's because developers weren't making games for it.
Yeah, it was too difficult to make games for. It had the same exact issue that the PS3 did, except for in the end of the PS3's life, we started getting games like The Last of Us from Naughty Dog, and Xbox started smelling their own farts.
Though if they re-released the Vita today, I'm probably sure it would sell.
No,
because of the online stuff. All you
so
have to do
here's the Vita did not die because it was just hard to develop for. The Vita was extremely hard. That's why it's called the Weeb machine, because the only people that developed for it were Japanese Japanese game companies, and they would typically develop anime style games. That's the entire reason that it died. Of course, the other reason is that it was losing to the Nintendo 3DS here in America. The PSP was built on the PS2's architecture, though, which was actually pretty simple to develop for. And there were a lot of developers behind the PSP, if you guys remember. We got several high-profile game developers that ended up developing games for the PSP, and a lot of the times the PSP versions were vastly superior to the Nintendo DS version. So for me, it was extremely strange that whenever I heard that the PSP had only sold, somewhere in like the neighborhood of 32 million units, whereas the Nintendo DS was sold like 150. And I'm just like, it confused the shit out of me, because the PSP should, by all standards and metrics, have been successful. It had decent battery life. I think it was a little less than Nintendo DS, but not too bad. It had significantly more power. It had a lot of high-profile developers behind it. It was made by Sony, who has been the most successful home console creator for like the last 4 or 5 generations. And the fact that it failed was interesting. Well, failed.
Well, I think there's, as far as the PSP, I believe there's a couple of things that went to it. One was the library was kind of more.
Well, the PSP,
library was more adult oriented, but it was more marketed towards adults.
Yeah.
While consoles at that point in time were seen as toys.
Well, the PSP was the reason why we got the PlayStation Store. It had all the backwards compatibility for the old games, so it didn't need a large library.
But one of the big things for the PSP, also the fucking weird ass, and I'm gonna say weird
the
ass
UMDs
that they used, which they never used before. They used UMDs, and then of course some of them had movies on,
which was weird. Like, who's gonna sit there and watch a fucking movie on your PSP?
I did.
They made movies,
and I'll tell you why.
Game Boy Advance.
I do.
Pokemon episodes on Game Boy Advance.
I know about the Shrek 2 movie on the Game Boy Advance cartridge. I'm very well aware.
I used to travel between places a lot growing up, and I had the PSP. So when I'd had to travel, I'd toss in the Aeon Flux.
But here's the reason why I say who's going to watch it, because portable DVD players were very big at this time.
Money.
Portable DVD players were a hell of a lot cheaper. I had one. And like the PSP, I think was $300 retail, maybe $250. and a portable DVD player was $100, and the DVDs were cheaper to buy. The UMDs were a hell of a lot more expensive. So I always found it weird that they actually made movies on, but like Sai said, they had fucking movies on the Game Boy Advance, which is just, I'm just like, that's so fucking stupid. Who wants to watch something on a movie on your Game Boy Advance? It's gonna look like
that
shit.
That 8-year-old kid in the back seat of the car.
Fucking degenerate.
Well,
So,
one of the other
one of
things is, I think, especially for PSP, while it did have it did have like a lot of good games on it.
Oh yeah.
But it didn't have a lot of good games on it. In other words, the library was kind of a lot of hit and miss in the PSP library, from what I've seen. And yeah, there's probably a couple dozen good games out of like 500, 600 games that are on the console, just in America.
Half-Minute Hero.
Well, I'm talking like Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, which was a huge one in America and especially huge in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
That was like the go-to game for the PSP in Japan.
But in order to get the full experience, you had to buy the same game 3 times. Because you had the base game, then you had Freedom, then you had Freedom United. It was just expansions on each self, but it was the same game every time.
Well, Freedom United was basically the full version, from my understanding.
I don't remember. It's been a while.
But Monster Hunter for the PSP was basically the go-to game.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with the PSP that I am not sure if the Vita had was it actually had cellular service.
Yes, the later models of the PSP did have cellular capability. So did the Vita. The Vita did too. It had cellular. It had 4G capabilities. I think it was. Now there is one noticeable blip on the PSP's releases or revisions was the PSP Go, which got rid of the UMDs. Now that was kind of innovative. We're currently in the era of like where we're having all digital consoles now, but this came out during the time whenever that digital gaming wasn't as accepted in anywhere except for the PC market. The PC market has been there since like 2006.
Like I have maybe 2 games on my Switch where I have physical copies.
I have a couple.
I have none.
Yeah.
So you said that the 3DS competed with PSP.
Yeah.
You're forgetting
NDS.
that the. Well, I was trying to find
No,
reasons why the PlayStation
no, the
Vita
original
failed.
DS, the Vita was competing with the 3DS.
Check out what I found here. If you were to ask Sony what the primary reason for Vita's failure is, it's probably the rise of smartphones. When you asked whether or not Sony would release a Vita successor, claiming that the climate is not healthy for now, being a huge dominance of the mobile gaming, while the mobile gaming market isn't the sole reason for the Vita's lackluster reception, Nintendo's 3DS did pretty well for itself in spite of the competition from smartphones and tablets. It's definitely one of the main reasons for it failed.
No.
So Nintendo competed with smartphones.
I think
for the mobile market.
Whoever they were talking to and didn't know what the hell they were.
Yeah, they have no idea what they're talking about because the mobile gaming scene has affected gaming as a whole with microtransaction bullshit. Because game developers took a look at that and went, "Oh, we can pump money out of our customer base," but that the mobile gaming market has not competed with the quote unquote actual gaming market ever. People always say, "Oh, mobile gaming's gonna eventually take off." It's never not. It's not.
The whole Diablo and Diablo Immortal thing just came out like a week
and it
ago.
got trashed.
Yeah, it's because of Blizzard's monetization method. and it basically, oh, let's make a mobile game. We can make some extra money. Yeah, when you require $100,000 to get to the in-game gear, fuck you.
Yeah, it's
the game was trashed at concept though. It's like, yeah, we're making this mobile game. Okay, and
where's Diablo 4, bitches?
Pretty much,
It's coming.
Yeah,
That's something I was gonna.
Yeah,
mention.
that's literally the reaction to Diablo Immortal. It's like, yeah, we're making Diablo Immortal, this mobile game that you can play, and everybody's reaction, where's Diablo 4?
I watched the press conference, and this is exactly how it happened. Mm-hmm. We are introducing Diablo Immortal. For as of right now, it will only be on your iPhones and Android.
You'll have phones.
None of you guys don't have smartphones. It's like,
don't tell.
It's not about not having it. It's about the fact that you're making something that nobody fucking wants.
Yeah, don't tell me that they're gonna try to fucking put it on a console like what the Ouya did.
They're trying to put it on.
Ouya, the console
PC
that didn't make it to the fucking stores.
Yeah, you want the Ouya. I think it was actually called the Ouya. But I thought
it was the Ouya.
No, I think how it was supposed to be pronounced was the Ouya is what I meant. But I'm gonna call it the Ouya because that fucking this massive Kickstarter. You want to play mobile games on your TV? No, I don't.
There was a market.
No,
for
there wasn't.
Why do you think it got kicked back?
Because they were saying that it was going to compete with the current consoles. They said that they had all these developers that were backing them and blah blah blah, that if they could raise the money. And then it comes out as like, oh, you can play mobile games on it, and people were like, what?
That's not what we wanted.
It's like, that's not what you were saying.
Yeah, they were very much a take the money and run.
Yeah.
And there are quite a few big Kickstarters that did that, but this kind of off topic. As far as like Nintendo's current, and like you were saying, the Switch is it's
awesome
mobile. It's great. But you could tell by how they're developing it, and even the latest iteration where they put the OLED screen, because it's a mobile, designed as a mobile handheld device. They wanted that sharper, darker, the sharper pixels.
Not only that,
image with darker blacks and stuff.
I have a Switch OLED. It's the one that I use to carry for the simple fact it has a better screen. This one stays docked. But it also has a bigger screen. It's 7 inches instead of 6.5.
Slightly bigger screen.
Yeah, and it also doesn't have that big chunky border.
I've never really noticed the border, to be honest with you.
I don't. It's only something that you notice if you get the Switch OLED. Because whenever I was playing, I took this thing out of its dock because I think I was buying a game and I didn't want to switch over from my Xbox. So I was like, oh, I'll just grab it. And then I pulled it up and I looked at the screen. I'm like, why is there this big thick border? I'm like, oh right, this is the original. It's something that you notice whenever you've seen what can be better. It's something that you don't know until you've seen it.
Now with I was like, I have this, and I've had I can't play it in handheld mode. I could not play it in handheld mode. I hate the Joy-Cons as controllers. I absolutely hate the Joy-Cons as controllers, but that's because I am used to either having a real fucking controller in my hand.
That's why I use this.
Yeah. I mean, I have...
No, he's talking about using into handheld mode and using the actual... What in God's name is that accursed device?
Like this? So you're saying holding
that
it like
is
this?
Not it. That is not a pro controller.
No, this is an 8-bit dough.
The hell's an 8-bit dough?
8-bit do.
8-bit do. I call it 8-bit dough. 8-bit dough Pro 2. It's basically a bastardized PS2 controller.
It looks like a dog bone with handles, with love handles.
It pretty much is. The same company has basically the non-handle version as well.
You can't see it.
I had one that actually had the SNES colors, but it doesn't have. That one wore out. The Joy-Con or the analog sticks burned out. But I have to hold a real controller. The buttons on there are so freaking small for the yeah.
Comes out next week.
Regular Pokemon Snap. Interesting.
Yep. On the expansion.
It's like I just have problems with the buttons are so small on the Joy-Cons. It's just really hard to for me to manage.
So for me personally, I mostly use mine in handheld mode. That's how I primarily. Now, of course, I don't think I actually started using it docked until I started making content on it.
Until I started releasing Star Wars games on it.
Well, yeah, Star Wars games on it. I started making content about that, to where I needed a recording capture my gameplay. But other than that, I don't. I use mine in. I use mine almost primarily and I use my OLED. Primarily, and it's always undocked. I think I actually put it on a charger. I don't actually put it in its dock ever. I put it on a charger, in order to charge it up.
So has this become Nintendo's innovativeness to us just blowing the Switch?
Well, dude, I'm not gonna lie.
The Switch is innovative.
Yeah.
And as I was talking about the whole innovativeness of the Switch, they have made mistakes. They have.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
There is the Virtual Boy, for one, which is the one thing that made people legitimately throw up and get sick because of the way that
the red and black.
It was it was the predecessor to VR, basically. And of course there are a lot of people that can't handle VR because of the same thing.
Yeah.
Where the distance thing. Even though it's right up against your fucking eyeballs.
Well, it's something that you have to get used to as well.
Yeah.
Like for me and you, Sai, I know that both of us for our VR headsets we had to get the prescription lenses. Because most VR headsets don't, so especially my glasses, because my glasses are noticeably thicker than yours. So my glasses don't.
Yeah, but ours are probably about the same width.
Probably.
As far because we use fat boys.
Yeah, fat heads. Fat boys.
Fat heads. Fat boy.
Dun, dun, dun,
I got some fat here.
Actually, these that I have aren't actually. These are tap outs. But they're wide frame. They're tap outs wide frame glasses. Oh my god!
They're not made for wide frame glasses. So
Okay,
let me down. Okay, fine.
But yeah, that they're not conducive to having like the face mask over. So I know that you were talking about it with me once. You had to get prescription lenses. I had to do the same thing in order to use my VR, because if I don't, I do get motion sick pretty easily because it's not against my face. Now, whenever it is against my face, it doesn't do as much. I don't get motion sick unless I'm like in there for several hours, which I don't think. I think the longest I've ever been in the VR is 3 hours at most.
Now, putting it on after not having it on for quite a while, that first movement, you go like, whoa, and then you have to restabilize yourself, and it's like.
Well, for those that don't know what motion sickness actually is, it's actually an inner ear problem. It is where you're in it because your inner ear it deals with your gyrometric location, and locomotion heavy games that they have particularly like smooth movement or non-teleporting. I think Blatant Sorcery is a good one. Bone Works is a good one to mention, where you are able to move around the environment using the joystick instead of teleporting. Your inner ear, for a lot of people, your inner ear does not like that because your body is not moving, so that it thinks that something's wrong, so it makes you sick to try and throw. Legitimately, it's actually making you try and throw up to get whatever's wrong out.
Yeah, and as far as like, I used to have motion sickness with car rides and stuff like that sometimes, especially. They say just focus on like certain like.
Yeah, you have to focus on certain things.
On certain things as you're doing that, and while like staring out the front is okay, it's when you're feeling sick, you want to look like out the side where things are just.
Because it'll let your inner ear know that, hey, I am actually moving.
Yeah.
But I've never gotten motion sick. I've never had motion sickness when in a car ride. So whenever I started doing VR for the first time, it was easy for me to adapt. My first time doing VR, I think I did it for 2 hours, and I only had a little bit of motion sickness. I ate some beef jerky and it went away. Yeah,
we get bump up that the iron definitely helps in meat. That's one of the
there's a YouTuber out there called Some Ordinary Gamers. He actually, because he has insomnia, will put on Minecraft, put on peaceful mode so the character doesn't die, puts his VR headset on and goes to sleep. So he'll sleep with it on and get the best night of sleep in his life.
Well, at least until the new version came out with the Threshes or whatever the hell they're called, and they're in the insomnia mode, monsters come out.
But anyway, you were talking about Virtual Boy. Yeah, that was kind of the predecessor. And to be fair, it was innovative. It was just a bad idea.
Well, I was talking about, it's like they're no stranger to innovation. They were the first to do basically a wireless-based console, which is the Wii. Which is the controller started as wireless. Yeah, which the testing grounds for that was, like I said, on the GameCube. The testing grounds where they had and I remember it was called the B-Bird. It was an adapter that you plugged in. But yes, you're talking specifically about wireless and motion controls.
Yeah, motion control. But the Wii actually used IR, which is what or infrared, which is what our controllers use for TVs. That's why you had the
you had to have line of sight.
Yeah, line of sight, and you had the bar.
Yeah. And then of course, then they tried. I mean, the Wii U still use the Wii controllers, or could anyway. And then you also have the tablet.
The Wii U was so weird because it was called the Wii U, but it didn't have the motion controls. Any game that was released for it was meant to be played sitting down with a controller. It was such a weird little ism.
And I mean, also like the handheld space, they're one of the first people to make a handheld console. As far as like a handheld actual.
Yeah, 1989 console was when the original Game Boy came out.
The Game Boy was always popular. They reiterated it into the Game Boy Color, into the Game Boy Advance. I don't count the Pocket.
Well, the Game Boy, so for those out there, the Game Boy Color technically is a revision of the Game Boy. It's not actually its own console, but it gets...
well, that's why I said revised.
It gets confusing because the Game Boy Color did have Game Boy Color specific games, unlike the revisions that we've seen with the PS4 Pro and Xbox Series or Xbox One X. So it was technically a revision.
Well, so was the Pocket. It was just a slimmer version of the Color.
Yeah, it was. The Pocket was a revision. The Advance was its successor.
Yeah, it's like so the Advance came out, and then after the Advance,
The SP was a revision of the Advance.
which I have.
Yeah, you still have an SP. That's right.
Actually, I went out and bought one because there was certain games that I wanted to play on GBA that I didn't have access to. So I was like, okay, I'm going to buy GBA. I'm going to buy an SP because the SP fucking backlit.
Well, so was the Game Boy Advance. It's just that the Game Boy Advance backlighting was dog shit.
And wasn't there like a 10 or 15 year gap between the SP and the 3DS?
No, because the DS came out after the SP.
Yeah, there was a DS that came out, which
it was a long time before something else came out.
No, it wasn't. It was like 4 years.
it was like 4 or 5 years, something like that.
Yeah.
Felt like a decade.
Between the SP and the DS, there was a short time because the original DS
came out in 2005 or 2006, one of the two.
The original DS had slots for these.
So did the DS Lite.
Yeah. Maybe even the DSi.
You know, you skipped one.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember the Micro?
The Game Boy.
The Game Boy Micro.
Micro?
It was like this big.
Yeah, that was technically a revision as well.
I think it was tiny.
But
it had 2 buttons, and it was like you could break the damn
They actually
thing.
brought it back recently.
yeah, because mini consoles are a thing. But yeah, the original, and if you remember with the original DS, its backlight was also kind of trash. It was real dark.
Yeah, and there's like the DS, the DS Lite, the DSi. The DSi was kind of weird.
Yeah.
For a revision.
Yeah, there only like
smaller.
20 DSi related games.
DSi XL.
Yeah, the DSi XL was the second revision of the DSi.
It's like twice the size of the Switch.
It's close to the same size as the 3DS XL.
Yeah, it's like I like the version, of course, in 3DS came out, and then 3DS XL,
And then the 2DS.
The
3DS and the 2DS and the 3DS XL and the 2DS XL and the new 3DS XL and the new 2DS XL, which are revisions of the same fucking hardware, just a little bit.
Yeah,
bigger.
those were kind of the new 2DS and new 3DS XL were kind of midlife console refreshes because it's another one of those things. It's really confusing because there were games specifically made for the new 2DS and new 3DS XL that could not be played on the old 3DS XL or old 3DS.
Yeah. I always thought the 2DS was made because people were complaining that the 3DS, you had to have it like right here. Because if you turned a little bit,
well, no, you could turn off the 3D. The 2DS was specifically designed to be a lower cost alternative to the
without the 3D option.
Yeah, without the 3D option.
Most people didn't use 3D anyways.
Yeah.
Because I remember having issues with my 3DS, like just a slight millimeter to one side,
and
it's all
if you want to be very clear, the 3DS 2 was also kind of revolutionary. It was the first console to do 3D without having the need of 3D glasses. It was bad, but it was a thing.
Yeah, it did. What was it? Layered.
It used it would basically layer the image a few times. I think it was 4 times in order to get the 3D effect.
Yeah, and it was something that was built into the console or the handheld itself, where you could move this screen back because you can adjust the amount of 3D. And you could have okay, this is just the right amount for this game. Okay,
I only want 25% 3D.
You don't want 200 where everything's right here in your face.
3D is such a weird thing anyway. I always 3D to me always felt sort of stupid. I never really liked 3D in general.
a 3D.
Ever since
It was
the
kind
80s.
of a niche. Even the 3D movies, like the IMAX movies and stuff, have the niche of 3D as a whole, just like through the 3D part, has kind of gone down.
Well, 3D specific movies, movies that were made to be in like The Last Airbender, which Avatar, which was considered one of the best 3D movies ever made. Movies made specifically. Movies still get rendered in 3D. You can even if you have Premiere Pro, you can do it. There's literally a tick box for it.
Well, ever since the 80s, 3D has been a phase that always died within a year or two.
And then it comes back, and then it dies, and then it comes back, and then it dies, and then it comes back, and then it dies. It's like, just go away.
It's the one fad that can never take off.
There
They're
are
like, it dies, and like, oh, we'll try again some other time.
It's always a gap of about 2 or 3 years that they tried again, and it's just go away. Nobody likes you.
I watched The Hobbit in IMAX 3D, the HFR version.
Now, I will tell you the HFR is...
Yeah, the HFR version was fucking boss.
But the 3D is just...
Yeah. Well, when you see smog coming for your face, that's a little bit kind of scary, but...
I watched Tron Legacy in theaters with my mother in 3D. And it said on the thing, it's like when
prompted,
asked to put it on. Yeah, put them on. So the first the first part and the last part where they're in the human world, you were just sitting there. It's like, okay, this is fine. Please put your glasses on. Okay, put them on. Maybe that much 3D off the screen.
Well,
it was not worth the additional like $20.
So one of the biggest things is movies that are getting released that get released in IMAX 2D and IMAX 3D, where you wear the glasses throughout the entire thing, but it was always meant to be a 2D movie. That was actually how I saw The Force Awakens originally, was in IMAX 3D, because the IMAX 2D bookings were all filled up. So I had to sit there with my fucking glasses on watching a Star Wars movie, which at the time I was wearing contacts, so I could put it on. But I was just like, I don't feel any more engaged.
Do you remember watching trailers for this is the new 3D movie, and it shows them throwing something at the screen, and it shows them in theaters. It's like, oh. And you watch it, it's like, that's corny.
Yeah. 3D is definitely one of those things that I think Nintendo probably should not have gone with whenever they were trying to do something. It is innovative, but I mean, how many people really use the 3D function on the 3DS?
Yeah, so it was innovative, but it wasn't exactly necessary.
People just honestly, people just wanted a brand new DS. They just wanted a more powerful DS, and they got that. And the 3DS was, I doubt, I would put money on the fact that most of the people that got the 3DS, including myself, I have a 3DS, did not use the 3D function. You probably used it once and were like, yeah, this kind of sucks, and then you turn it off.
Mm-hmm.
I think I used it for an entire playthrough of a Fire Emblem game. And I think it's the only time I ever used it.
Dude, I turned it on once for Ocarina of Time 3D. And I was just like, yeah, it's 3D. Let me just, there you go. Much better.
Yeah, and of course, you can't really talk about Nintendo's impact without talking about the main characters. Mario.
Zelda, Link.
Yeah.
Captain Falcon.
Yeah.
Pikachu.
Captain Falcon, Kirby.
Yep.
Yoshi.
Pretty much Smash. Anybody who's in Smash Brothers.
Star Fox. They got the big names that Nintendo has.
The names that everybody knows.
That's the problem with Nintendo, though.
That's their first party stuff. Yeah.
When a new console comes out, you know you're getting a Pokemon. You know you're getting a Mario. You know you're getting a Zelda.
Mario. You mean 5 Mario games.
I know. But I'm just saying, you know you're getting these games. They don't really, like I said earlier, they don't play well with others.
Yeah.
You're not going to see many Final Fantasies. You're not going to see the Dooms all that often.
So Doom was actually released on the Switch.
There are special instances, but you're not going to see Halo.
Well, Halo's a Microsoft game, Flame.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean, though. They need to bring in new stuff, or else they're going to get repetitive and old.
Well, people, that's the whole thing with the console wars, and that's always been the thing with the console wars. Has been exclusive content.
Yeah,
not necessarily exclusive content, but it's
first party titles.
Halo, yeah, first party title. Halo is always going to be PC, Xbox. It's never going to be on PlayStation ever.
No, and it's never going to be on a Nintendo console.
Yeah. Doom has been on all 3.
Yeah, Doom was actually released on the Switch. It was released the same day. I actually own it on the Switch. It looks...
Well, the newer Doom, anyway.
2016. Though I think they did actually re-release, whenever they did the massive re-release of the original games, they did port it over to Switch as well. So I'd have to double check, but...
So Doom and Wolfenstein 3D are both on?
No, Wolfenstein 3D is not. It was whenever they did like a triple pack where it was Doom, Doom 2, and Doom 3, which Doom 3 is actually a good game. Fight me.
Isn't Doom 3 the dark one?
It's the scary one. It was meant to take a more horror-based direction.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like
Fight me. It's a good game.
I've never played it. I was a Duke Nukem kid growing up. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I like Duke Nukem too, but you got into Duke Nukem for the funny quotes and the.
I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum.
I think Forever is underrated. It's not the greatest game ever all time. I just think it deserves a little bit more praise than it's.
It is generic. It's generic. That's the problem.
It's fine. That's what it always has been. It is a knockoff action 80s action star. Everything.
The problem with Forever is that it is trying to be something between a classic and a modern first-person shooter, and doing very poorly at either. It doesn't go whole hog into it, and then it goes out of its way to make fun of Halo while having a power bar that's similar to Halo.
I'm just talking about in general the character of Duke Nukem.
But a character can only carry a game so far.
Yeah.
Tell that to Mario.
Mario games are good platformers. They're really good. They're really good platformers. It feels
like it's the same type. Just I think it's the new hat issue.
Yes, that's the problem. Is as far as Mario, they actually advance the technology with each game and change shit instead of having the same 3D platformer or 3D running gun. Halo's the same thing. It's 3D running gun. But Halo actually has a fucking story.
Yeah, Halo has a good story.
Duke Nukem's whole story is aliens stole my girlfriend.
Aliens stole the bait.
Well, again, he's an 80s.
I know, but what I'm saying is that a character can only carry a game so far. If they would have upped the gameplay aspect and gone for that classic style of, like this is an old school shooter and it's an old school badass kind of guy, it would have been awesome. Or if they would have the 300 IQ thing that they could have done is make a modern shooter and constantly have Duke make fun of the fact that it's a modern shooter. That would have been fucking brilliant, but they don't.
I know that I've mentioned this before. The Duke Nukem movie in the works is being made by the guys who made Cobra Kai, which apparently was very popular.
Oh god, I love Cobra Kai.
The only problem. The only person they could have gotten Well, they can still do it if they use the de-aging thing. To play Duke Nukem is Dolph Lundgren.
Mm.
He's the only
Why?
one who looks like...
Dolph Lundgren is
Ron
a
Perlman.
Russian. Is Russian.
No, he's not.
Ron Perlman de-aged would be a lot better.
In a creation of the Duke Nukem, I read
I'm sorry. No, he's Swedish.
I watched the story on it. His character model was crafted after Dolph Lundgren from Rocky 4.
Yeah, it was crafted. After, but Dolph Lundgren.
Ivan Drago.
Yeah, Ivan Drago. But Dolph Lundgren. God damn, his name is so hard to say.
It's hard to say.
Looks significantly different now. Like his entire facial structure has actually changed as he's gotten older.
So you would need someone with the square jaw, the macho hairstyle. John Cena.
I would not be able to watch it if it was John Cena, because all I would hear is I'm John Cena.
Well, I mean, he's
that would be perfect.
He's currently doing Peacemaker. So.
I would say it'd be a perfect cameo. It's like, what am I supposed to be? John Cena? do.
You can't see me. Oh man, yeah, no, that
you could have so much fun with a Duke Nukem character,
right.
But the only problem is you have to find
the
Duke.
right actor.
Yeah, but you also have to get somebody who has that voice. Who does Duke's voice? I can't remember his name.
He was on Seinfeld. He was on Seinfeld as Lorraine's estranged boyfriend. I think he was Brock Sampson in Venture Brothers.
Yeah, I can't remember his name at the moment.
John
not
St.
him.
John.
No, it can't be him. Kronk?
No.
That's the guy who did Brock
big,
Sampson. Is Kronk.
The big giant bodyguard. I'm looking it up. I have his IMDb here.
Yeah.
But they have to get somebody who can do that.
Patrick Warburton.
I got John St. John. I'm looking at what he's been in.
And Patrick Warburton was the guy who did Kronk and a whole bunch of different characters.
He is known for a lot of things, Duke Nukem.
Well, yeah, he is
the guy in
Duke.
Venture Brothers as well.
That's what I'm probably thinking is Venture Brothers.
Is he
I know him
really?
in Venture. What?
I gotta scroll down.
He was in Sonic Advanced as the announcer.
But yeah, John St. John is Duke. So yeah, they would have to get somebody.
Okay, John St. John is.
They would have to get somebody who can.
He's an SEO.
who can do that voice. That I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum. That just that super macho like 80s style voice.
Is he still alive? He could probably reoccur his voice. Yeah,
he's still alive.
He is in the Callisto game. I might go play it if it's.
He's not that old, dude.
He 60s, 1960.
Yeah, he's not that old.
On the nose. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 62.
Mm-hmm. Somebody else has also said John Cena.
John Cena.
Because he has the look. I think it would cost a lot to get John Cena to do the role. Though.
It would.
Especially since a couple of decades ago, I would have said Ron Perlman.
If you would have said 20 or 30 years ago, I would have said Hulk Hogan.
That would have been so like bad. Hulk
Hogan can't act.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan cannot act. It would have been so bad.
What you gonna do with Duke Nukem and these pythons?
Or what's his fucking name? Fuck. The guy that we know would ham the hell out of the character. Evil Dead, Ash.
Are you talking Bruce Campbell?
Bruce Campbell would ham the hell out of the character.
So old though.
Bruce Campbell could not do Duke Nukem though.
he would have to lose like 100 pounds and then get it all back in muscle.
Well, he's not fat. The dude, he would have to, but he would have to get cut. The noticeable thing about Bruce Campbell is that he has a slimmer build.
Yeah, I found a John Cena also. But that was his thugonomic days, which was like 10, 15 years ago.
I mean, he still has that square jaw. I think he still looks like fucking Vern. What's it?
Vern Gagne?
No, Ernest. The Ernest actor.
I know who you're talking about. I don't know his name at the moment.
All right.
Jim Varney?
Jim Varney. Yeah, he looks like Jim Varney. He would if he ever went to comedy, he could do the new Ernest movies. Because he looks so much like Jim Varney.
Someone said they casted John Cena. Maybe that's just speculation.
Right.
I think it's speculation.
But let's go ahead and move on.
So, here's a quick game. There has been 28 Resident Evil games. What do you think is the worst?
0.
It would probably no. It would either have to be the Game Boy Advance version of the original game, or the what was it called? It was one of those shooters that came out on the PS2 that didn't work because it was meant for light gun support, but then the light gun didn't get released. It was like, God, I can't remember the exact name, but it's one of those shooters from the PS2 era.
It is one of the shooters, but it's not the PS2 era. It's from 2016.
Oh, Operation Raccoon City?
Umbrella Corps.
Or Umbrella Corps, sorry. I get the two mixed up. Yeah, I forgot it. I forgot that that's officially a Resident Evil game. I wiped it from my memory.
The next one up is Resident Evil Survivor, which is probably the one you were thinking of.
Yes, that's the one that I'm thinking of.
Then Operation Raccoon City. Is that where you play as Umbrella?
Yes. It's a unlike Umbrella Corps, it's actually a single player game where you play as Umbrella. It's not great, and it definitely deserves to be on that list. I would actually say Resident Evil on the GBA is significantly worse than that game.
Well, the next one up on the list is Outbreak File number 2.
That was one of the PS2 shooters.
Yep. That was one of the multiplayers.
Yeah.
Then you have the newest one, Resistance. The MMO.
Really?
The online multiplayer hassle thing.
Yeah, the asymmetric online multiplayer. I'm actually surprised about that. It's not bad.
It's not good either. Then you got Dead Aim.
Another PS2 shooter.
Mercenaries 3D, which is the 3DS one.
That was pretty bad.
Then you have Deadly Silence, which was another.
That was the DS.
one.
That was the DS version of Resident Evil 1.
Oh, here's your Game Boy Color one, Gaiden.
Yeah.
At number 20. That just looks awful.
It is really bad. I'm surprised it's that high up on the list.
20 out of 28? Okay.
Yeah, it should be a lot lower. It's really bad.
Then you got Code Veronica.
Oh, that's not even... I love Code Veronica. It's so good.
I never got to finish it, so I can't be biased on it.
Dude, it is so good. It was originally supposed to be Resident Evil 3, you know?
Next one up is Resident Evil Outbreak.
Another shooter.
Like that was, again, one of the multiplayer ones.
Yeah.
Halfway down the list, we're at 17, is Resident Evil 6.
Yeah. Middle ground would be about right for that game.
Wasn't bad. We've had worse. It wasn't good.
We've had a lot worse.
Revelations 2.
Yeah, Revelations 2 because it's kind of not as good as Revelations.
PS4, PS3, Xbox One, Vita, 360.
It was
Switch,
released on everything, dude.
Dark Side Chronicles.
That was another shooter. That was the PS3 and Xbox 360,
that was
though.
the rail shooter.
Yeah.
The Umbrella Chronicles.
Another one. That was the other one that was released on the 360 PS3.
Number 13 is Resident Evil 5.
Boulder punching.
12 is Revelations.
Yeah, Revelations is a decent game. It's not the greatest. It doesn't deserve an upper echelon, but it's a decent game.
Number 11 is Resident Evil 3 2020.
Yeah, because Resident Evil 3 2020 was like half of the original Resident Evil, basically.
Wait, there's a second Code Veronica?
Wait, is Code Veronica on there twice?
There is Resident Evil Survivor 2 Code Veronica. And
okay. So Survivor 2 was
Code
another
Veronica.
shooter that takes place during the timeline of Code Veronica.
Okay, number 10 is Code Veronica. The Dreamcast version.
Okay, that's the good version. That one is the one that I like.
Number 9, Resident Evil 0. Never played it.
I would actually switch those around. Resident Evil 0 is not as good as Code Veronica, in my opinion.
Number 8, Nemesis.
Resident Evil 3 Nemesis.
That's the one that got me into the series.
It is same here.
Number 7, Resident Evil 96.
That's the original.
Yep. 6 is The Village.
That's 8.
7 is Biohazard. No, 5 is Biohazard.
Original.
Number 4 is Resident Evil
Wait,
2.
did they separate out Resident Evil and Biohazard? Because Resident Evil 96 is the original game.
Well, it's called Resident Evil 7 Biohazard.
Oh, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Yeah.
Yeah, I screwed
right.
up the number. Number 4 is Resident Evil 2, 98.
I can probably guess what the top game is.
Yeah, I had to look ahead. So Resident Evil 3 is...
Is it Resident Evil 4?
Number 3 is Resident Evil 2, 2020.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Number 2 is Resident Evil 2002.
The Resident Evil 2 actually came out in 2018.
So this is the remake.
Yeah, the remake actually came out in 2018.
Oh, this one says 2002. This is the HD release of the original.
Yeah, so if it's the remake, then it would have been 2018. I think it's weird that they said 2020. It's just weird.
2002.
Oh, so the original.
The original remake.
No, the original. It was the original.
The original.
6 years after the 96 original, a remake of Resident Evil was released for, at the time, the brand new
you're
GameCube.
talking about Resident Evil remake. I thought you said Resident Evil 2 remake.
No. This is the GameCube RE Evil, whatever.
Yeah, I thought you said the Resident Evil 2 remake.
And then, number 1, as expected, Resident Evil 4.
Which it's not number 1.
Oh.
Me personally, if I had to pick a number 1, it would have, before Resident Evil 2 2018 came out, it would have been Resident Evil 3 Nemesis.
I would agree.
After Resident Evil 2 2018 came out, the remake, I fell in love with the game. I have like 70 hours in it, which it's a 10-hour game. And yeah, it's definitely the best one so far.
That's all I said on... That's according to Looper. They've been known for some good stuff.
The only one that I disagreed with was 0 and Code Veronica. Yeah, I think those should be switched. I think Code Veronica is vastly underrated.
And I think Resident Evil 3 is the best of all time because it's the game that got people into Resident Evil.
At least the people that hadn't already been playing it.
Yeah.
Well, it was the first one that came out whenever I could actually
play it.
Put a controller in my hands. Because Resident Evil 2 came out in 1998, and Resident Evil was 96.
I was 11, so I remember playing the first Resident Evil. I didn't like it.
I played the third one first, and then I went back and played the first one. The first one, man, I love the game. I do. The acting is so bad. It is so bad.
Yeah, I'm a sensitive sandwich.
Wait,
Jill
Chris,
sandwich.
don't open that door. It's really good, especially against living things. What is it?
You also have to realize the 90s weren't known for voice acting.
Yeah, but that was bad even for the 90s. I mean, come on.
Oh, come on. The Game Boy version of Duke Nukem had better lines than that shit.
There was a Game
That
Boy
was
version
too
of Duke
close. You were almost a Jill sandwich. You're right. I think the fact that with that line, with that line in particular, I think the fact that you can actually hear the voice actors laughing is testament to how bad it was.
It's better than what they changed the line to. You would have been squished. You could have been put into a sandwich.
No, he said, "Oh, that was close." A few seconds later, you fit nicely into a sandwich.
It's worse.
Which is no, that's actually more normal than it's a nice callback, and it's more normal speak than you're almost a Jill sandwich. You're right. Like, who responds to that?
You're right. Yeah.
You're right.
Well, even that is she just got out of a like almost dead situation and she's just laughing. It's like, okay.
Yeah, and she's like, not only is she laughing, she's like, yeah, you're right. Isn't that funny? Aren't I quirky?
I think it was meant to be she was stuck in like a shock. She's like, oh God.
No.
Yeah, you might have been right.
Dude.
I think that's what they were supposed to be going for.
Dude, absolutely. The voice actors were just laughing at that line because even Barry laughs. Even Barry's voice act, because he was like, a few seconds later, you were almost a Jill sandwich. You can hear him like stifling a laugh.
Who's a grumpy kitty? You're a censored kitty, apparently. Oh.
Unacceptable for viewing.
No staring at kitty.
You can't look at pussy.
Okay, let's get into this. While Sam is trying to fix himself,
I'm good.
The 80s were a horrible time for video games.
So, moving on to our last topic, the video game crash of 1983, the biggest event to ever happen in gaming.
At the time.
No, ever. There has not been an event that big. Basically, what had happened is the video game market went from, I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of like $300 billion all the way down to 63 million within a year. And a lot of what contributed to this was a general issue with people not understanding what was a good quality game, and there was a lot of crap out there.
If you want, I can read what the wiki says here about it.
Yeah, give me 1 second. And particularly this was on Atari for not having the foresight to really monitor the quality of games that gets released onto their system. So the gaming industry completely crashed. Gaming was thought to be dead at this time. And that's whenever, as we talked about in the former topic, a few years later, we ended up getting, I think it was only a year actually, we ended up getting the Nintendo Entertainment System. Was it 2 years?
2 years.
So
2
2
years
years
for America, it was 1 year for Japan.
Yeah, because they got the Super Famicom, or not Super, just the Famicom. And basically what it did is how Nintendo described like games that were supposed to be tested for quality is the official Nintendo seal of quality. It was on every single cartridge, on the box art, and it indicated that Nintendo had officially passed it and that it was going to be made on their system. Of course, there was bypass chips that ended up getting made and shit got shoveled out on the NES. But the fact of the matter is that those games probably were not bought. as much. So it ended up revitalizing the gaming industry thanks to this. The video game crash of 1983 was and still is the biggest event to ever happen in video gaming, simply because it effectively almost destroyed gaming as we know it. Without it, we probably would not have video game journalists, review sites, and we wouldn't have things like seals of quality, the need for QA, and bug fixes and all this, the kind of stuff that we have today. A lot of the quality of life, though, we are kind of going into the half-finished games now.
Well, one of the games that caused this is one that you've actually done a review on, kind of.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
It was not the only one, though.
No,
but it was a symptom of the problem.
It was maybe the tipping point, but it wasn't a number one issue that everybody puts it up to be. E.T.
is the greatest story never told.
Okay, yeah. Listen to this real quick. E.T.'s role in the crash is often over-exaggerated.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Make no mistake, E.T. for the Atari 2600 was an awful game. It shattered the hopes and dreams of children, and according to some accusers, such as a bomb that it annihilated the 2600's fortunes and didn't stop falling until it sucked the entire console industry into a black hole.
That's dramatic.
The destructive force of the E.T. video game isn't completely embellished. Indeed, the game was made in a mere 6 weeks after the Atari spent $20 to $25 million on the property rights and skipped quality testing to make it out the door in time for the 1982 Christmas season. The result was the title that still baffles the sane, as the gameplay consists mainly of falling down house sides gopher holes to find random bits of a telephone. About 4 million copies of the E.T. video game were shipped, and according to Atari's then CEO, about 3.5 million of those copies were returned to Atari. All that said, E.T. wasn't the cause of the crash, though the little guy's name is frequently brought up at the same breath whenever someone speaks about the event. Rather, E.T. can be thought as the last straw.
Mm-hmm.
Atari might have had the strength and cash reserves to weather a disaster like E.T., but the endurance was pretty much spent by that point.
Yeah, so E.T. was only a was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was it was probably, I would say, the most high profile game that we ended up getting, and because of that, it basically turned the scales out of favor. But E.T. is indeed the greatest story never told, and maybe we will have a main topic about it someday.
Didn't AVGN do it in his review it in his film and talk about it?
Yeah.
We should all find an emulator and play it before.
I've already played it.
I could probably beat it in 30 seconds.
I already played it. I've already beaten it.
I've had it. I had it growing up as a kid.
But
one of the things about the Atari that I have always had issues with is the fact that you have no fucking idea what you're doing because you are a block on a screen trying to get to other blocks on the screen, and like, what the fuck?
So the other biggest issue is that, like Sai said, there wasn't a lot in terms of direction whenever it came to the Atari games. You had no idea what you were doing. You got the game, and I think this is another thing where Nintendo kind of revitalized it. With Mario, you were dropped into the level and told nothing, but you see that you are at the left-hand side of the screen, and there is an entire right side of the screen, and you have a D-pad in front of you. You're going to go right.
Now admit it. Did the first Goomba kill you the first time you played?
Yes.
No, but I was. You got to remember, I was also born very, very late into the gaming industry.
I don't recall. It's been so long.
I'm pretty sure that it did. He's like, hey, what happens if I go right? Oh, if I'm dead.
No, he did not. Actually, I accidentally jumped on his head, and the first the what are the flowers called again?
Power flowers.
No, he's talking about the chompers.
Yeah, the chompers. I had kept pressing the jump button. Yeah, I had kept pressing the jump button, and one of them killed me. As a result,
chompers were not introduced until.
Hang on, I'll get the
Super Mario 3.
I thought chompers were in the first game.
Mario, flower, pipe.
Chompers are the black ball on a chain.
Oh, okay. No, I'm talking about
It's the pipe plant. That's all it is.
The pipe plant. Yeah, that's what killed me because I kept jumping, and I think it's the second pipe that there's a pipe plant in there. And yeah, that's what ended up killing me. So yeah, I didn't die to the first Goomba. I died because I jumped too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely a system of like in Nintendo games, there's an intuition. Like for Mega Man, yeah, I remember watching Eagle Raptor's video way back when. A lot of people probably don't even know the name Eagle Raptor, but it's Aaron over from the Game Grumps. And he was talking about Mega Man X, and he described how the intuitiveness of being dropped into the level and understanding that you're gonna die, and then you learn how to play through your mistakes. And I think Nintendo really vitalized that. The original Mega Man was much the same way. I've actually played the original Mega Man, despite me not being a huge fan of the series. What?
The first Mega Man was shit.
A lot of people tout Mega Man 2 as one of the best Mega Man, but that's just because of nostalgia, I believe.
Out of the original,
is a motherfucking hexology.
Can you call it 11 now? Out of the original canonical games, 1 through 11, 2 and 3 are considered the best.
I love fucking AVGNs. Like, originally it was a trilogy, then 3 more games came out. It was motherfucking hexology.
What would it be called? 11 games in a...
But
that's not it.
What?
Oh, I put 11 games in a series. It's called a what? World Series. Not what I'm looking for.
It's the World Series. It's now the Mega Man World Series, huh?
But yeah,
they had a soccer game.
The entire yeah, they did Mega Man Soccer. It was bad. But the thing is that
they have Battle Network and this.
Even when you get dropped into Mega Man, you intuitively know, run. Why? Poor Coda. Yeah, voice your discontent, Coda.
Anyway.
But you know instinctively to run. It's one of those things that whenever you get dropped into a Atari game, you were in the middle of like oftentimes a big fucking empty room directly in the middle, and you saw this much of the screen, and it's just like, do I go right or do I go left? What do I do? I don't know what to do. That was a lot of Atari games I've come to notice. Now, of course, there are some classics on Atari. Asteroids, of course, was released on Atari. Fantastic game. It's so simple. You just shoot shit.
I mean, Centipede was on it. It's like there's a whole bunch of good classic games. There's a couple racing games where you could actually tell. It's like, oh, I'm on the left side of the screen. I'm pointed right. Let's go right. Push the button. Like, okay, yeah. There's helicopter games. Then there's weird ass games like Pitfall, which don't really tell you what you're supposed to do besides avoid the enemies and don't fall in the holes.
And if you die, you go.
Mm-hmm. Pac-Man.
The worst
No,
port. The
I don't-
worst port of Pac-Man
Yeah.
ever.
The worst port of Tetris too. The worst port of Tetris back when it was a unlicensed game. That is a story only. Oh, go watch the Game Historian. They did a perfect thing on it. But yeah, Tetris was on Atari, and it wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah, the best version of Pac-Man was that got released on home consoles was the NES version, because it was Pac-Man.
Mm-hmm. Did you know there was a Street Fighter version,
On
a Street Fighter game
Atari.
on the Atari?
Yes, I did.
So bad.
And this is kind of where we're going with it. It's like it's pretty obvious that the 1983 crash was because there's so many. While there's some classics, and obviously the Atari is well loved amongst many people. Like Flame, I know that your first console was the Atari 2600.
Yep.
Like it's a well loved machine, no doubt, but it has a very stifled. It has a very rocky history, and it, not only that, it was commonly compared to like the Intellivision and the ColecoVision, which were vastly worse consoles.
What about the Commodore 64?
The Commodore 64 was a computer,
No, it was also considered a console.
but it was a computer. It had a keyboard and a mouse.
Anyway,
Well, also I think Atari ST is technically a computer.
Yeah. I consider anything that you have to use a keyboard and a mouse in order to utilize it as a computer. But it was just a special kind of computer.
The Atari ST was literally the keyboard, and it was like, okay, you plug the game in, or you plug in a disc. I mean, if you're talking like the old Apple IIs, that's a computer. Freaking Oregon Trail. If everybody grew up with that fucking game.
Yeah, but everybody
what's wrong with you?
you're either too young or you're
How do
yeah,
you
you probably too young. Probably just too young. Because I, being a good 10 years younger than both of you, I played the original, or not the original Oregon Trail, but the Oregon Trail that was on the Apple II. I think it was
out of every
Ultimate?
game ever made, everybody has played 3 games: Tetris, Oregon Trail, and Pac-Man. Prove me wrong. In the comments below, prove me wrong.
You get 500 comments.
No,
what
I want to see.
What the fuck is Oregon Trail?
Because there is a version of it called the Oregon Trail, the zombie version.
Yeah,
Same
the
exact
Oregon.
thing. So, if you haven't played the Oregon Trail, you've probably played a clone of it.
Yeah, people down below are gonna be like, whenever we get comments, they're gonna be like, what the fuck is Oregon Trail?
Yes, the Oregon Trail. The thing with the Oregon Trail games, of course, it was made probably back in the early 80s.
The first version was, yeah.
And it was made for PC. So, of course, the Apple
It was
II
made
is,
for
of
that
course-
printer thing, remember?
Oh, that thing.
Yeah. The second version was made
Yes.
for PC. The third version is the one that's most common or most fondly remembered.
Oh, the big giant... Oh, I lost my camera.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
But anyway, how would I put it?
It's basically a giant typewriter.
Yeah.
There we go.
Giant
No,
typewriter
I'm
slash
talk-
printer. Yeah.
I'm talking about the one Oregon Trail I played was the big giant floppy disk that came in a folder of like 50.
Yeah, that would be the Apple II.
Oh,
Most
yeah,
likely. It was one of the Apple ones, I'm sure.
Apple
Played that
II.
in kindergarten.
The Apple II version was the one where you had to like buy food and make sure you had enough oxen.
Mhm.
Yep.
I just replayed. I swear, I replayed the Oregon Trail, the original one, like the Apple II version, like a year ago, I think.
You can play it online.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
it's
what I did.
it's
So
available
I played
online.
and I had no deaths, no issue. And it's like okay, it's buy this, buy this, buy this.
Dude, I
I still
played
have
it.
$500 left. Let's go.
I played it like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I remember struggling with that game as a kid. I literally beat it within, I think, an hour.
It's not that long of a game.
Yeah, it's not that long. It's just a lot of people end up dying. It's like I died of dysentery. Yeah.
Yeah, dysentery was always the meme. You died of dysentery. It was always the fucking dysentery.
No, the dysentery joke I like is, guy walks up to a cowboy. He's like, "What's your name?" "My name is Terry."
Mhm.
"Terry, that's a girl's name." "You died of dysentery."
But yeah, anyway, the video game crash. It was not an event that I was around to see.
None of us were.
83, neither of us were.
Yeah, none of us were actually. Though y'all were born in the in-between era, during the death.
I was born during the resurrection, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll read what it says here. The video game crash of 83 was a large-scale recession in the video game industry that occurred from 83 to 85, primarily in the United States. The crash was attributed to several factors, including marketing saturation and a number of consoles. In the number of consoles and available games.
Oh yeah.
Many of which were poor quality, as well as waning interest in console gaming in favor of personal computers. Home video game revenues peaked around $3.2 billion in 83, then fell around $100 million by 85, almost 97%. The crash abruptly ended what is retrospectively...
Damn, it was that big?
Was retrospectively considered the second generation of video game consoles in America. To a lesser extent, the arcade game market also weakened as the golden age of video games came to an end.
Yeah, this kind of put the closing on the golden age, which
go ahead.
Which is a sad note to end in the greatest era of video games on the death of them, basically. I thought it was way lower than that. I did not know it was 3.2 billion and it dropped down to 100 million.
Lasting about 2 years, the crash shook the then booming video game industry and led to bankruptcy of several companies producing home computers and video game consoles in the region.
Yeah.
Analysis of the time expressed doubts about the long-term viability of video games and software. The North America video game console industry recovered a few years later, mostly due to widespread success of the Nintendo's Western branding for its Famicom console, the NES. Released nationally in 1985, the NES was designed to avoid the missteps that caused the 83 crash and the stigma associated with the video games at the time.
Yeah, without the NES, it would have been...
it'd be a lot different.
It'd be a lot different. Gaming might not even be where it is. Like in the past 20 years of video games, we've seen games go from having, $5 million budgets to having budgets larger than most movies.
Wasn't what was it? What game was it? Destiny. Didn't that have $100 billion budget or something?
No, it didn't have $100 billion. It had a $250 million budget.
Well, the way they were exclaiming it, it was like bigger.
It was
than
the biggest. It was the biggest game ever made at the time.
Yeah, it's Bungie.
And it was horrible.
I
will fight anyone that says otherwise.
Oh, you're
original
gonna get
Destiny
people.
was bad.
You're gonna get stands that are gonna be like, I love the original Destiny. It was better after launch.
I played it for 14 minutes. That's all it took for me to hate it.
Yeah, so was Diablo 3 better after launch. So I can name a whole bunch of games that were better after launch.
But
okay, let me say this. The YouTuber I like to follow, Jobstrife Hey, says if I have to play a game for 100 hours in order to find the content, I'm not playing.
Or the fucking shit that I talked about where I'm like, I've mentioned this a couple times where I'm like, don't tell me that the story's out there. Give me this. And if you saw Angry Joe's review of Destiny, the warden gatekeeper, something like that, he's like, I could tell you about the war. I could tell you about the dark times. And then Angry Joe like adds in a voiceover. He's like, but I won't. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, I remember the episode.
I could honestly imagine just from that phrase the Mr. Popo voice doing it. I could tell you about it, but I won't. Ha ha.
Ha ha ha. But yeah, without the definitely without the NES, we might. I would argue we might not even have gaming because Sega didn't actually put their plans in to make the Master System until after the Famicom got released.
Mm-hmm. Well, some of the games like the Intellivision, Atari, yes, they stopped producing consoles and their own games basically, but they started moving. They shifted their focus because Atari went into game making specifically.
Yeah.
So they became more of a brand for games than for consoles. There was also like the 5200, which was kind of but
the 5200, the 7800, the Atari Lynx, the Atari Jaguar. Get some Jag.
Yeah, that's in the next part here that I was gonna read.
Intellivision switched to only games pretty much for the most part. They went into very much into story games. Intellivision did. Atari branched out into a whole bunch of different shit.
And whatever company,
I have no fucking idea what ColecoVision did. That was a European console.
Yeah, and
it was owned by CBS.
And I think Philips had a console at this time, and they of course,
that's Magnavox. No,
that's Magnavox.
And
but Philips ended up making the CDI.
Yeah, but if it wasn't for the NES and the re-rise of the arcade system, the arcade thing in the 80s, especially late 80s, wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, no. Nintendo didn't just release the NES. That revitalized home console gaming, but around that time they had also released the original Donkey Kong, which had Mario in his first appearance as Jump-A-Man. And that revamped the kind of, arcade, which the arcades are dead now.
Well, the thing
ours died like 10 years
I would
ago.
say that the arcades, specifically arcades, are what revitalized gaming. Because it gave everybody a chance. Because they were like almost everywhere. They gave everybody a chance to try it, to see if they liked it. And for a quarter. Here's a quarter, play a little bit. See if you like it. And then a lot of times there was the home console version of games, which Donkey Kong was on the NES. It's one of the earlier titles. So basically, yeah, it was one of those. I think arcades are actually what revitalized it, as on top of.
Well, it was the difference between between revitalizing it. Nintendo had a hard job at that point. They had to revitalize both the home console market and the arcades.
Well, they created the arcade console, or pretty much.
Yeah, and so they had to release a game that would be addicting, so that it could get the arcades back up and running. And then they had to revitalize the home console market at the same time. Not an easy feat.
Okay.
But
Yeah, I see the arcades as, here's a taste. You could either continue to pump money into this arcade, or you can go out and buy our home arcade and play it for free once you buy the game. And it's like, okay, spend $250 on that in the game, plus, well,
it was $250. It was $250, which the original NES often got packed in with Mario Duck Hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And
the light gun.
Fuck that dog.
Yeah, and the light gun. Fuck the dog. And the light gun. So it actually was about $200. So for $200.
I was gonna say there is that collector's edition which came with the World Championship thing with the pad, big pad and you do running, jumping.
Oh, I hated that game.
Yeah, World Track. World Track.
If you can
World
find
Track Stars.
If you can find an unopened version of that, you're sitting on millions of dollars.
Oh yeah, it's real expensive. But yeah, the thing is that the NES, the pack-in was smart, because for $200 you got a game, you got the controller, you got the light gun, which the original light gun was actually gray.
Red.
Do what?
Yeah.
Not red. Red and gray. I remember mine being red.
It was gray with like red accents or orange accents.
No, it was gray and it had a red trigger. The revamped version was orange and white, because people were like, it looks too much like a gun.
Well, it is a gun, light gun.
It's a zapper. It was the NES zapper. And you got 2 games on one cartridge, which, if you guys don't, for those out there that don't know how that worked, the boards inside of NES cartridges are literally this big. So it was literally just doubled up. So it was twice as big. It would perfectly fit inside of there. But yeah, you got 2 games. You got 2 good games too. Duck Hunt and Super Mario Brothers.
Technically, you got 3 games. There was a way to play as the Super Luigi brother if you did a certain thing.
Yeah, if you're a player 2.
No, not as player 2, as player 1.
A color palette swap version, basically.
Yeah, I did it when I was a kid. I couldn't tell you how to do it now. But it's pretty much the same game, but you're playing solo as Luigi.
But if you remember Luigi, you were probably player 2. That's the joke. That was the joke. That's the joke. Is like, you're probably the younger sibling and you're probably player 2.
I never mind Luigi, but if we're talking about the crash, we need to talk about what caused it. And
you mean other than
E.T.?
Well, other than like shitty games.
Well, here's one of the things. There's a couple here. The console market in general. The Atari video game system, or computer system named Atari, was not the first home system with swappable game cartridges, but by the early 1800s.
1800s? Oh no.
Man, I wish gaming that was old.
1980s. It was the most popular second generation console by a wide margin. Launched in 1977 ahead of the collapse of the market for home Pong console clones. So, Pong was your first game. The Atari VCS experienced modest sales for the first few years. In 1980s, Atari licensed a version of Space Invaders from Taito, becoming the console's killer application. Sales of the VCS quadrupled, and the game with the first title to sell more than 1 million copies. I didn't know that, actually. Spurred by the success of the Atari, other consoles were introduced, both from Atari and other companies. The Magnavox Odyssey, or the Philips Odyssey, the Intellivision by Mattel. You got ColecoVision by CBS. The Atari 5200. And the Vectrex. Notably, Coleco sold an add-on allowing Atari games to be played on the ColecoVision, as well as bundling the console with a licensed home version of the Nintendo's arcade hit Donkey Kong. In 1982, ColecoVision held roughly 17% of the hardware market, compared to Atari's 58%.
Woo!
This was the first real threat to Atari's dominance in the home console market.
Real threat.
That's like the 90s with WWE versus WWF. WWF had billions and billions of dollars. WCW had like 100,000.
Fucking yeah, I own 60% of the gaming market. You got your 20%. Oh, you're a threat. I have 3 times as much as you.
Each console has its own library of games produced exclusively by the console marker, while the Atari also had a large selection of titles produced by third-hand developers. In 82, the analysis markets trends of saturation, mentioning that the amount of software coming in would only allow a few big hits, that retailers had devoted too much floor space to systems, and that the price drops for home companies were a result in the industry's shakeup.
Yeah, basically too many games being released too fast and being too shitty.
In addition, the rapid growth of the video game industry led to increased demand, which manufacturers overprojected. In 83, analysis for Goldman Sachs stated that the demand for the video games was up 100% from the previous, but the manufacturing output had increased 175%, creating a significant surplus. Atari CEO recognized in 1982 that the industry's saturation point was imminent. However, he expected this to occur when about half of American households had a video game console. Unfortunately, the crash occurred when about 15 million machines had been sold, and was soundly undershot by his estimates. Too many consoles, too many games, not enough people buying them.
Yeah, because during that time, like I think both Nintendo and Sega were kind of the first. Like, there's always going to be, like 2 or 3 consoles competing against each other. But during that time, there was like and reference AVGN, there were so many consoles that you didn't know what the fuck is going on.
Well,
there were
that, the cost was prohibitively high for all of these consoles. Think of it like today. I mean, today it is a comparable cost. It's $300 to $400, $500 for a console, and back then, of course, $199 console or $150 console is $300 to $400 today.
I think the best comparison is PC gaming. PC gaming has had its up and downs, with the cost being at one time, super effective during the early times of the PS4 and Xbox One.
Price tag is super effective. Critical.
Shut the fuck up. The price tag was like super comparable, people, and it was a good way to get better performance. But you fast forward a little bit of time, now PC gaming is considered the prohibitive, master race of gaming, because PC gaming has gotten significantly more expensive as a result. And the price of consoles, and for instance, the Mattel Intellivision had sound other than beeps and boops, which there's an entire video that AVGN did. B-17 Bomber. But it was like shit like that. Like there was too much. It was too much at one time. Nowadays, we have the three big names, Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony. And you know which one you want to go to. You look at the games that they're releasing. It's not super oversaturated, which is why consoles like the Ouya die off so easily without making much of an impact in the market, honestly. These names have managed to get established. They have third-party developers behind them. They have, pretty consistent amount of sales and numbers, and they understand what their player base is looking for most of the time. Microsoft.
I mean, there have been a lot of hit and miss consoles. The Neo Geo Pocket, the Gamecom, which was a really interesting little console. And these are like handhelds. As far as like actual consoles, I can't think of any.
The handheld market didn't stabilize until very recently. And the fact of the matter is that that's as popular as handhelds are, they're not going to be the main determining driving force, because a handheld costs about half. Even the Switch costs $250 right now, the original model. And by comparison, you guys can't see it. I have an Xbox Series X behind me for these guys. The Xbox Series X, this is a $500 machine. So
that's the same with the PS5, yeah.
Yeah, same deal with the PS5. So they're never. So 100 million PlayStation 5s is going to beat out 150 million Switches. It's just math. Mm-hmm. So the main driving force is always going to be the home consoles in terms of stability. And you're right, they're ever since kind of those early pioneering days after the NES came out, there have been like little one-off consoles, but they've always failed faster than they've risen up. And the only generation recently where I think there was more than 3 was the 6th generation, because we had the Sega Dreamcast, love that machine, the Sony PlayStation 2, the Microsoft Xbox, and the Nintendo GameCube. That was the only time that we saw more than 3 home consoles get released in one generation.
Didn't we also have the 3DX, the Jaguar? There was a bunch of CD-based consoles at the time. So
the early CD-based consoles were not the major 3. Atari was, by the time the Jaguar came out, Atari was floundering with their consoles. They didn't really know what to do.
And of course the content of the Jaguar was questionable most of the time.
You play some Jag.
Well, you also had that one thing.
It was literally the adult content console.
Well, same thing with 3DO. The 3DO came out and died as quickly as it came out, because the 3DO was marketed, the SNES and the Sega Genesis were children's toys. That's how that was their big marketing move, which good job on that. And it was released at $400 in like 1992, which I think nowadays would be like a $1,000 console. If my math is correct.
I don't think it'd be 1,000, but I think it would be.
Let's do it. Let's have it.
600.
What is inflation calculator? But yeah, that's what I mean, is that there were always these little consoles that kind of came up, but then would die pretty quickly. And oh, okay. I saw the rate and I was like $108. That instead of $833. Imagine paying that much for a console nowadays. So
But
we're
you
getting.
also have to realize the 90s, we were in an economic surplus. Everything was cheaper.
It didn't matter. People. Gaming was still. This was, as I said, this was still during the time that gaming was still seen as the kids' thing to do, or the consoles were seen as toys. Paying the equivalent of $800 on something like that would be.
People had the money back then, is what I was trying to say.
They had the money. They weren't gonna spend it on it though. Buying a console like the SNES, which was $200, or the Sega Genesis, which I think at this time was like $170 by this point.
They could buy 2 regular consoles for the price of a Jaguar.
Yeah, 3DO. 3DO.
3DO.
I think the Jaguar was $300 at launch.
Yeah, but it's just they could have bought 2 consoles for the same price of fucking fly.
For the price of the 3DO.
Yeah, for the price of a 3DO.
You could have bless you. You could actually have a Sega Genesis and a SNES for the price of one 3DO.
Yeah.
And you'd get infinitely more games, because the SNES had like 600 games or something, and the Genesis had like 700. So you have a big ass library now to choose from. And that is one thing that contributed a lot to the revitalization, is because competition, I always say, is healthy, and I've mentioned that I like competition because it means that the consumer wins in the end.
I would say that that Sega did have one thing that was kind of a precursor to what we have today, and that is the Sega TV.
Oh yeah, the Sega Channel.
The Sega Channel.
Oh, that I remember the Sega Channel.
To be able to play games through
and download.
TV. Yeah, play
But
and download.
It was on a rotation basis though.
Yeah.
Every month would be a different set of 30 games or something.
Yeah, but the fact that they had
Sega was always too ahead of their time. Let's just be real.
What are you trying to say, Si?
So the fact that they had that a decade before anybody else even thought about implementing something like that.
Though the problem with the Sega TV is not all service providers provided
it.
Yeah.
Like, I think it was just the dishes, Direct and Dish, and I think AT&T may have had it, but not all.
I'm pretty sure Comcast supported it, at least in my area.
I don't remember. I just remember AT&T having it because that's what I had as a kid.
Yeah, the Sega TV was really ahead of its time, and we've kind of seen that. You said 10 years, but I would say based on that, it's more of a it's more akin to our cloud-based gaming that we have right now. We pay a subscription fee rather than having online or digital availability of games, which that would be more like, I mean, Sega TV was in the 90s. That's like almost 30 years.
Well,
because
the first streaming we had was the PSP, as I was trying to say earlier, which brought in the PlayStation Network, where you can download games and play them without the need of a disc.
But that's not that's digital. That's a digital storefront type of deal. I'm talking more like Game Pass or PlayStation Now, where it is a subscription-based cloud service, where you constantly have a rotation of games coming in, games going out, that you're able to play. I
was just surprised that I just randomly thought about it. It's like, this is something that was way ahead of its time.
Sega was always, and that's the one thing, Sega was always ahead of its time. The Dreamcast was ahead of its time, because it utilized internet functions before that was a thing. And then of course the Sega TV, which we now know as cloud-based gaming.
Yeah, and of course Google Stadia, of course, bombed like fuck. But
Well, that's because Google Stadia was shit.
Mm-hmm.
For a company that actually has some really good bandwidth, they didn't put it in the right spot. But cloud-based gaming as a whole, yeah, it is a relatively new. Well, it's an old concept, but it's relatively new in actual use because it started being implemented in the PS4 era. It started about a decade ago,
It started. It started with it. Really, the real kickoff was PlayStation Now, which didn't happen whenever I first bought my PS4, because I bought it a few years into launch.
Mhm.
It didn't exist at that point.
So maybe
And
about 5 years ago or so.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably around 2017, 2018 is whenever we first saw PlayStation Now. And then, of course, Game Pass came after that, and Game Pass has become a lot better. But yeah, it's one of those things where, yet again, it's a hard thing to talk about whenever you talk. One thing I've noticed whenever it comes down to the gaming industry, and possibly one of the crashes, that there needs to be some sort of stability with whatever you do.
Mm-hmm.
If there's not stability with whatever you do, Google Stadia, the Sega TV, the Sega Dreamcast, it's going to fail. And the 1983 crash is just like a hyperized version of that. Having competition is healthy. Having other consoles is good for the market. But whenever you go too far to where there's no stability at that point, it's going to fail.
Yeah, it's like I have no idea why the Dreamcast did have internet capabilities. Because I know
During
it actually
dial-up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it had the internet capabilities, and it really wasn't super far ahead of the curve in.
The thing was, is it kind of was, because if I recall correctly, the Dreamcast was released in 1998.
The next attempt was the PlayStation 2, I think, wasn't it?
The PlayStation 2 didn't officially support online capabilities until after the Xbox was released, which was in 2001, because the Xbox had Xbox Live.
The PlayStation only had a couple of games anyway. It had Final Fantasy 11, and it had like the
PlayStation
games.
The PlayStation 2 was not real big on its internet capabilities. The biggest difference, though, was that the reason why Sega could not weather that storm is because Sega had already had a series of flops in consoles.
Mm-hmm.
The Sega Saturn flopped.
CD was okay.
Yeah, but the CD
Saturn
flopped
didn't
too.
do well in America. The Saturn did okay in Japan.
But it still it flopped as a whole.
Yeah.
And Sega wasn't able to weather another flop of a console, and so the difference is that Microsoft had already established themselves, so they could push for that online capability harder, and sell 20 million units, but that gets Microsoft's name. I heard something somewhere that the reason why Microsoft continues to make the Xbox is because it gets Microsoft's name inside of every house. Because if you think about it, what do people call the game console if they're not super affluent in like gaming culture?
Nintendo.
That, or they call it the they either call it the Nintendo or they call it the Xbox.
Yeah.
It's very rare, despite the fact that the PlayStation has continuously sold more units, to hear somebody say, "Oh yeah, the PlayStation."
Yeah, my grandma would always call it no matter what I was playing here, you're playing your Nintendo down there. It's like, that's not a Nintendo, but sure.
No, Mom, I'm playing Atari porn.
Which there was.
That's what
Yes,
the
there
Jaguar was.
Also, probably a contributor to the video game crash.
Probably. So,
General Custard's Revenge.
yep. The second
Beat 'em and eat 'em.
Yep. The second cause, publishing. Before 1979, there was no third-party publisher or developers. With console manufacturers like Atari publishing games for their respective platforms, this changed with the formation of Activision.
So,
Because of course it did.
so what
Activision broke the internet.
for those that for those that are confused, what he's saying is that Atari published every single game that was released. Even if a different developer did it, even if it wasn't done in house, they published it.
Mm-hmm. This changed with the formation of Activision in 1979, which makes them the oldest publishing company to date, next to Atari.
Yeah.
God, that means Blizzard. That means Microsoft. God damn. Okay, anyway, Activision was founded by 4 Atari programmers who left the company because they felt Atari's developers should receive the same recognition and accolades as the actors, directors, and musicians working for other subsidiaries of Warner Communications, their parent company at the time. Already being quite familiar with the Atari,
Also known as Time Warner.
Really?
Yeah, Warner Communications is now known as Time Warner.
Oh, okay. While this, the 4 programmers developed their own games and cartridge manufacturing processes. Atari quickly sued to block sales of Activision's product, but failed to secure a restraining order and ultimately settled the case in 1982. While the settlement stipulated that Activision must pay royalties to Atari, this caused the ultimate
Litigation.
No. Legitimatized. Sure. The viability of third-party developers. Activision's games were as popular as Atari's, with Pitfall selling over 4 million copies.
Yeah, so this kind of leads
That's the first part.
This kind of leads into something that is seen nowadays, that if Tim Sweeney had his way, it would be abolished. For those that don't know who Tim Sweeney is, he is the fuckhead that runs Epic Games. But the market share or royalties that go to the manufacturer. So for those that don't know, whenever a console is made, it's made at a loss, or it's sold at a loss, except for Nintendo consoles. Nintendo consoles, except for the Wii U, are sold at either at break even or mildly over break even. And to this day, Microsoft and Sony makes their royalties back in order to subside for the loss that is made for creating the consoles by the royalties that are paid by third-party publishers.
I think that comes into play a little bit here at the end.
So,
go ahead.
real quick, the idea is that 30% goes back to the console manufacturers for putting it onto their console, their digital storefront, yada yada yada, so on and so forth. And the reason why I mentioned Tim Sweeney is Tim Sweeney thinks that this should be 15%, without taking into accountability that console manufacturers have to make back a significant portion of money since they're selling their consoles at a loss. But they tried to attack Steam, failed ultimately because you don't piss off the PC fan base.
No. Prior to 82, the Activision was only one of a handful of third-party publishers publishing games for the Atari. The others were iMagic, Games by Apollo, Coleco, Parker Brothers, CBS, and Mattel. In 82,
Mattel Electronics presents
LGN. By 1982, Activision's success emboldened numerous other companies to penetrate the market. However, Activision's founder observed that several of these companies were supported by venture capitalists attempting to emulate the success of Activision. Without the experience and skill of Activision's teams, these inexperienced competitors mostly created games of poor quality.
Like laughing,
Crane.
joking numbnuts.
David Crane, the founder, notably described these as the worst games you can imagine. While Activision's success could be attributed to the team's existing familiarity with Atari, other publishers had no
Wait,
such
move your
advantage.
mic forward a little bit. You're kind of muffled.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
While Activision's success could be attributed to the team's existing familiarity, other publishers had no such advantage. They largely relied on industrial espionage, poaching each other's employees, reverse engineering other products, etc., which is illegal.
Yeah.
In their attempts to gain market share. In fact, even Atari themselves engaged in such practices, hiring several programmers from Mattel's Intellivision development studio, prompting a lawsuit that included charges of industrial espionage.
Yeah, highly.
Or
That's
you
not just illegal.
hire-
That's highly illegal.
That is blue collar crime.
Yeah, it's like you can't white collar crime actually.
Close enough.
Yeah, white collar.
But it's not illegal to poach people, but it is illegal to make them pull company secrets with them, which is the industrial espionage part.
Yeah, corporate espionage is particularly poaching. It's poaching people who have signed a non-compete, and additionally, with that, having them unveil other companies' secrets.
You know, a lot of this talk comes actually from wrestling. 30-day non-compete, 90-day non-compete. That's all wrestling lingo. It means after you get fired.
It's not just
business
wrestling.
lingo.
I know.
It's just business lingo.
Dude, the oil and gas industry has had that for way longer.
I was saying it's been around for at least 100 years that I can think of.
Yeah, the oil and gas industry has had that lingo way longer than WWE or whatever.
Well, from what I know of it, a non-compete clause means you have a certain window of time where you cannot work in that same industry. Could be 30 days, could be 90 days.
Some are 180.
And if you did work at another competing company or even talk to them, you're entitled to be sued and probably imprisoned, I guess.
You just get sued and have to pay a settlement fee. I've personally never signed a non-compete. I don't believe in them.
Some places require them.
Yeah,
I know that some places have the. I've seen some that actually go up to like 1 or 2 years.
Yeah, there's a couple. The oil and gas industry is really cutthroat, which is huge here in Texas. And they have non-compete clauses that can last up to 2 years. But I've personally never signed one. I refuse to sign one. Because I don't believe in it. If I want to get a job somewhere fucking else, I'm going to, and nobody can tell me otherwise. I am willing to sign an NDA, meaning that I won't disclose company secrets, but no, not a non-compete.
Okay. The rapid growth of third-party game industry was easily illustrated by the number of vendors present at the semi-annual Consumer Electronics Show, which is still going today.
Yep.
According
E3.
No, Consumer Electronics is something different.
Oh, I thought you said the electronics.
No, Consumer Electronics Show.
Yeah,
None of us
that's
can talk.
the CE. The CE is a little bit different.
Yeah, CE. I think it's called CES now.
Yep. Mm-hmm. According to Crane, the number of third-party developers jumped from 3 to 30 between 2 consecutive events. At the summer 1982 CES, there were 17 companies, including MCA Inc. and Fox Video Games, announcing a combined 90 new Atari games.
When did Fox make a video game company? What the fuck?
20th Century Studios.
Well, 20th Century Fox did have a few games.
Thank God thank God that it's not a thing anymore. All we heard about is we get a Trump game.
Well, no, some of the older Spider-Man games are under Fox.
I'm taking a quick look here. Films.
If you remember, the old Spider-Man, when I say old, when I say like the PS2 era, like Spider-Man.
I thought Activision made them in the PS2 era.
But they may have been in combination with Fox. I don't know if Fox actually made those games.
It doesn't say anything on their wiki. By 1983, an estimated 100 companies were attempting to leverage the CES into a foothold into the market. Atari Age documented 100.
Jesus Christ, that's also illegal.
Atari Age, which was a website in 83, there was websites. Anyway, documented 158 different vendors
Al Gore says otherwise
that had developed for the Atari. In June 1982, apparently we went back in time, the Atari games on the market numbered just 100. By December, it grew over 400. Experts predicted the glut in 1983, with only 10% of the games producing 75% of the sales. Byte, B-Y-T-E, is a computer magazine, stated in December that in 1982, few games broke new ground to either design or format. If the public really liked the idea, it's milked for all it's worth. The numerous clones of different color soon crowded the shelves. That is, until the public stopped buying or something better comes along. Companies who believe that microcomputer games are the hula hoop of the 1980s only want to play quick profit. Companies who believe that microcomputer games are the hula hoop of the 1980s only want to play quick profit.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's a game of some sort. Bill Kunkel said that in 1980s...
No, what they're saying is that because a hula hoop, you spin it around and around and around. They're wanting quick profit to go infinitely, basically.
Okay. Bill Kunkel said in 1983 that companies had licensed to sell everything that moves, walks, crawls, or tunnels beneath the earth. You have to wonder how tenuous the connection will be between the game and the movie Marathon Man. What are you going to do? Present a video game root canal? In 1983, the Phoenix stated that 2,600 cartridges is no longer a growth industry. Activision, Atari, and Mattel had experienced programmers, but many of the companies rushing to join the market did not have the expertise or talent to create new quality games. Titles such as Ralston Purina's dog food themed Chase the Chuck Wagon, the Kaboom-like Lost Luggage, the Rock Band tie-in Journey Escape, which is, I guess, a journey game. The plate spinning game, which has a unique name, Dishzaster. It's about dishes.
Oh, really? I thought it was about cups.
I thought it was a unique name. Come on.
I thought it was about cups.
Were examples of the games that made in the hopes of taking advantage of the video game boom, but later proved unsuccessful with retailers and potential customers.
Yeah.
Besides flooding the market with far too many ideas, there also was a limited competitive space. According to Activision's Jim Levy, they had projected that a total cartridge market in 1982 would be around 60 million. Anticipating Activision would be able to secure between 12 to 15% of that market for their production numbers. However, with at least 50 different companies in the new market space, and each having produced between 1 to 2 million cartridges, along with Atari's own estimated 60 million cartridges in 1982, there were over 200% production of the actual demand for cartridges in 82, which contributed to stockpiling of unsold inventory during the crash.
Which, yes, actually did end up on a landfill. That was confirmed.
Yep.
Whole landfills filled with ET.
Other notable shitty games. But yeah, landfills absolutely was 100% true. It was originally a myth, but it has been since.
Yep.
Proven.
Go ahead.
There's another 10 pages of this article, dude.
Nope, there's 2 more parts of just the cause. That's all I'm going through.
Oh, Jesus. But
this next one is short, so go ahead.
I go ahead and talk about it, and then I'm gonna give my.
All right, let's just
summarize. Give a summary of it, Flame.
This next one is consumer confidence.
We already know.
People were not confident in the new products. Blah blah blah.
I already kind of described that.
Next section after that.
And competition from home computers.
Yeah,
which we already talked about.
Actually, a thing, and with like Commodore 64 and stuff like that, were coming out
at cheaper rates, according to this.
Yes, yeah. But so here's one thing that I want to discuss based on the 1983 video game crash, because we're kind of seeing it, and I've told you this, my favorite generation of all time for video games was the 6th generation, the original Xbox, the PS2, the Dreamcast, the GameCube. Because I really felt like this was the generation that companies had the technology to do what they wanted to do, and they actually did care about what they were producing. It was like the perfect magnum opus of the generations. Consoles had finally caught up to being able to have major action set pieces, have really high profile actors in them, be able to have quality voice acting with high quality audio, the ability to have good graphics. And
wait, you didn't like the 5th gens?
No, the 5th generation is I commonly consider the awkward teen phase.
The 64, the PlayStation, and
let's be. I will be honest. It was needed. It was the awkward teen phase. Without it, we wouldn't have 3D video games. But it was the awkward teen phase. Those games, they look like shit.
Actually, that was the one generation that didn't have a war. Because there was no Nintendo, or you had Nintendo and you had PlayStation.
Well,
Sega's
yeah, that was the main.
Dropped out.
No, the Sega Saturn was during that generation.
And that was Nintendo's last console war for a while.
But the Sega Saturn was during that generation. But the 6th generation to me was the culmination of everything that got learned by the mistakes in the past. Like we got so many fantastic games that got released during that generation. Of course, my personal favorite is the Knights of the Republic series. We also got that was the same era that World of Warcraft, arguably the most influential MMO ever made, came out. We got.
It took him 20 years to learn the fucking lesson.
We got 2 Metal Gear Solid games that are commonly considered 2, because 4 was on the PS3. So 2 Metal Gear Solid games that are commonly considered the best of the of all. We got Silent Hill 2, which is considered the best Silent Hill game. We got the Resident Evil remake, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil Code Veronica. Like, just all these fantastic games came out during this generation, and it felt like the 6th generation was I would call it the silver age of gaming, because it was the lessons of the past being made aware and being known and finally being understood. Now,
you were talking about KOTOR 2, Fable. Fable was a big
Yes,
one.
Fable.
As far as was it N64? Is this N64 or GameCube?
What?
GameCube.
That was GameCube for that generation.
Okay. I was thinking like Perfect Dark, but that was N64.
Yeah, no, but during the GameCube, we got Wind Waker.
Yeah. And Twilight Princess.
Yeah.
Looking at how many, I'm looking at the 6th generation. Dreamcast, PS2, GameCube, Xbox. PlayStation 2 cheated.
What do you mean?
Oh, Dreamcast was out for 2 years. GameCube was out for 5 years. Xbox was out for 7 years. PlayStation 2 was out for 13 years.
Yeah,
Of course, it has 155 million units.
They still won that. They still won that generation by a landslide. By the time that the next generation had come along, they were already at over 100 million units by that time.
Yeah, it's by the 8th generation, it was still there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that by the time that the 7th generation launched, they were already over 100 million units. But the 6th year, and you just named all the consoles. Really, you can't go wrong with any of those consoles either. Like there have been definitive losses and gains between the other generations as to like what games you got. But with the 6th generation, Dreamcast is considered a cult. It's considered a cult console. We've talked about it several times how we all well, I don't know if you do, Sai, but me and Flame have definitely talked about how we enjoyed the Dreamcast.
Never had one, so I wouldn't know. I am intrigued by it. And one of the things that I found really interesting was there's a little thing that you could attach to your controller that you could.
Yeah. But
it had the second worst controller of all time.
Its controller is pretty trash.
Yeah,
you could kill someone with that thing.
Well, it's just that it had the little save cartridge with the screen, and it's like, oh, it's like a fucking Tamagotchi. What the?
They actually had something for a Pokemon game for Pokemon Stadium, I think.
But yeah, you had
Pokemon Yellow did have a little thing where you could get the Pikachu and it can go back to the game and then pull stuff out and put stuff in and stuff like that.
But
Pokemon Pikachu.
Whenever you're talking about consoles that generation, you had the GameCube, which the GameCube was Nintendo's second worst selling console behind the Nintendo 64, up until the Wii U got released. Congratulations, Nintendo. But the GameCube has a very good library, arguably one of the best for any Nintendo console. That's whenever we got Star Fox Adventures. We got 2 Legend of Zelda games. That's a rare thing to happen. We also got
really the NES had 2.
I'm talking about by this point.
Okay.
And not only that, the NES was an asset flip, so was the N64. Both of them were asset flips. Whereas Twilight Princess was made on a completely different engine, as over Wind Waker. And we got some pretty good Mario games. The Mario Galaxy series started there. Super Mario Party started there. I think we also got one of the brand new F-Zero finally on that console. Which rest in peace, F-Zero. We haven't heard from you since.
There's been one or two kind of.
We got arguably the best Mario Kart game, Mario Kart Double Dash. And then moving on from that, you have the PS2 with its fucking massive library. The amount of games that came out on the PS2 is just honestly astounding.
In 13 years, you're going to have a lot.
And not only that, it was the home of the Metal Gear Solid franchise. It was just a fantastic. It had a fantastic library. It had Silent Hill. It had Resident Evil. And then with the Xbox, you got the Xbox had this. I think it actually had the smallest library, maybe except for the Dreamcast. At least here in North America, I think overseas there was like another 100 games released for the Xbox, but there were some really diehard like nostalgic series. I already mentioned Knights of the Republic. The Jedi Knight games were released on there. The original Battlefront games were released on there. A lot of Star Wars on this console.
The PlayStation.
Do what?
You said the PlayStation 2?
No, the original Xbox.
Oh.
We got 2 Matrix games, one of which is worse. The Matrix Path Neo is pretty good. The Enter the Matrix is pretty bad. We got Fable, which fantastic game. Ended up leading to Fable 2 and unfortunately ended up dying with Fable 3. Rest in peace, Lionhead Studios.
Well, they are making a new one, so that's not a big deal.
But Lionhead's not making them.
They had that VR one.
No, we're not going to talk about that. Lionhead's not making the new Fable game. Lionhead Studios is officially like dead. They're gone. Which is why I said rest in peace, Lionhead Studios. We also got some Otogi games, which for those that are not super familiar with Otogi, very fantastic. We got several Sonic collection games, like Sega collections. We got the first Namco Museum. So we got a lot of stuff during this generation and a lot of things that I would consider high quality. And I don't think that the gaming industry will ever crash again. Personally, it's too big to fail at this. It's one of those things that it's almost too big to fail at this point because there's too much stability in place. However, I do think at some point there is going to be a way of enough is enough. We obviously microtransactions have dominated, and we've started seeing half-released game or half-made games come to release. And I think eventually people are going to get fed up, and companies are going to start losing money. But unfortunately, the amount of sheep has increased. Both of you nodded. So it's going to be a lot harder to institutionalize that change once again.
Yeah.
Because we've left the golden age of gaming, we've left the silver age of gaming far behind. But
it's not saying that games nowadays are exactly bad, but I think we're heading back to the place, not so much on the physical side, because the physical side is pretty much gone for the most part. It's dying. Not dead, but it's dying. The where we are headed is definitely we still get this influx of shit.
History is kind of repeating itself right now.
Yeah.
if the 6th generation was learning from the lessons of the past, the 7th, 8th, and 9th are now repeating the same mistakes of the past.
Mm-hmm. I do think that. I mean, I understand that. Okay, PlayStation and Nintendo and well, not so much Xbox. They curate their collections. Xbox does. I know that Microsoft does curate their collections. To a point. But then you have the computer consoles or computer platform. Like
Steam.
I say console.
Steam.
So Steam specifically. Where
they're just shit.
Well, they just like, hey, give us $100 and we'll host your game.
Yeah, there's just shit all over Steam.
Yeah.
And
there's so much junk coming in that even in my like new and trending, it's like that game looks like shit. 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 That game looks like
yeah, it's like shit. Already own that shit. Maybe
No,
shit.
In my opinion, it's shit. Maybe shit. Previous shit that I've seen before that looks like previous shit.
yeah.
Well, no, there's always that one game that's in there that's like already own that shit. Maybe. I'll throw it in my cart but never buy it.
No, we all have those games that we have bought, and then a year later you look at it and like, why did I buy this game again?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, well that's half my fucking collection.
Well, me and you both have humble shit in our library too.
Yeah,
where we were now Humble Choice, but got a Humble Bundle for one game because it was cheaper. Ended up with 10 shit games on top of it.
I have probably over 100 unclaimed games in my Humble right now. Just because I don't feel like claiming him.
I have I think 70 or something. I don't even remember. Because what I would do is probably what you did. I'd buy it for the one game, and then I'd claim the one game or the two games that I wanted, and then y'all can go sit in the corner.
Yeah.
But now with Humble Choice, you have to select your games that you claim. So I just click all of them and go claim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't even see a point in doing that. I mean, it's just sitting here like, okay, I'm just going to sit here and leave them here. And what gets really frustrating is when you are, well, it's like you just buy a game. Like, I've been sitting on this, I'm going to go ahead and buy it. And then like a week or two later, Humble Bundle says, oh, this is our game for the month. Fucker!
But yeah,
I just bought that.
But yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those things that, and I've felt it for a while, that something is going to happen, where people are going to maybe wake up and be fed up, and I think it kind of happened with Pokemon, because was it Sword and Shield? When Sword and Shield was released, it was like one of the most disliked videos on YouTube. And people ended up going off in waves, basically saying, we don't want the same shit again. And sure enough, the next Pokemon game that was released changed stuff. Sort of the same thing happened with Call of Duty, though that is debatable. With Infinite Warfare, people were getting fucking sick and tired.
Well, the thing is with Sword and Shield, I liked Sword and Shield. I thought it was actually pretty
Sword and Shield?
Sword and Shield. But I like Sword and Shield. I have Shield. I played through it all the way through the storyline. I haven't gotten through the DLC. I haven't sat down and done it. I think I bought the DLC. I just haven't played through it. Just because it's like, oh my god, I have to go through this shit again. Go through all the. And it's like I spent couple hundred hours in Sword and Shield, going through the Wild Zone, getting my perfect Pokemon. And then now I have to go through a fucking new zone and do all this bullshit because they decided not to release it with the fucking game.
Yeah. Yeah, people got... I remember that. People got really, really mad. So I think that we're going to start seeing it with more stuff. It happened with Star Wars Battlefront 2, the new ones. Whenever the fucking shit with the loot boxes, people flipped with that. It got so bad that Disney threatened to take away the license.
Do not put content behind paywalls. Period.
Do not put a game's content that is that you paid $60 for. First of all, behind a massive paywall, because they confirmed to unlock. I think it was Darth Vader. It was you had to farm for 150 hours.
Yeah,
like that's fucking ridiculous.
And then Blizzard decides to take a leaf from EA's book, and with the Diablo Immortal or Infinite or whatever the fuck they call it, $100,000.
It's
not
that much.
It's the estimated cost to get the max in-game gear.
So the thing is that Blizzard has gone down ever since they were purchased by Activision.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought Blizzard bought Activision.
No, Activision bought Blizzard because it's called Activision Blizzard.
So now both are owned by Microsoft.
Yeah, both are now owned by Microsoft. Maybe Microsoft will fucking whip them. That sounded a lot worse than I expected it to. Moving on. But ever since they were bought by Activision, they started monetizing World of Warcraft. They monetized Diablo 3. They released the shittiest remaster I've ever seen of Warcraft 3 Reforged, and now Diablo Immortal.
Yeah. No, I kind of like the remake that they released of Diablo 2, the remaster.
Oh yeah, Diablo 2 remastered.
Yeah. I honestly don't like the gameplay that much, but I think it looks great.
Yeah,
and it plays like the original did. So,
well, it is the original. It's just HDized. Yeah. But that's a big reason why I wanted to talk about the video game crash, because there is something coming eventually from everybody, and we've started to see the cracks form. With these different games.
If you look at the chart on the wiki page, you see that basically there's a dip where it goes down and then it starts to go up again, and it's starting, but then it stops at like 1990. So it doesn't have like the last fucking 30 years of information on that chart. But the whole bottom section of the big blue bar is arcade, which you would probably notice that it goes blop like that for arcade.
The arcade is dead.
There is a few places like
I miss arcades.
God, what? There's two bars that are just arcade bars.
Yeah, barcades.
Yeah, good old barcades.
Hang on, one is. Oh, good God! This is gonna bother the hell out of me.
We have a couple barcades here too, but I'm talking about like The arcade.
Mm-hmm.
Like-
Yeah, there's one I can think of.
That is a giant piece of my cat's hair.
I can think of 4 off the top of my head that are, well, these places that have arcades in them. There's a casino. Has an arcade in it.
Don't count.
No, it has an arcade. Actually, an arcade section.
Yeah, real arcade.
Right across from the movies theater. There is a Cool Crest, which is the inside of the building is an arcade and pizza place, and then it has a mini golf course.
Dave and Buster's.
Well, yeah, we have a Dave and Buster's too.
That is an arcade with a bar and restaurant in it.
Yeah.
That's the only one I could think of.
The Freaky Mouse place got away. Chuck E. Cheese's, that went away. The Freaky Mouse place. If you were there when we were a kid, it was a fucking Freaky Mouse place. They changed.
You mean you mean the place that Five Nights at Freddy's is based off of?
Pretty much. Except for they were, thankfully, the mechanical things there were soldered to the goddamn floor and not free roaming.
Do you guys still have a Chuck E. Cheese's?
No, ours actually got torn down.
We do.
Ours got shut down about a year or two ago.
We still have some Chuck E. Cheese's here.
They're pretty much going bankrupt.
Oh yeah, they're almost bankrupt, but we still have a few here.
There's a couple of main events around. There's one in my town, and
y'all still have main events.
Yeah, we have 2 main events. One, like I said, one's here, one's there. Yeah, I know it's a fucking Texas company.
It's also dying.
Yeah. Well, it's a arcade and bowling alley, basically, which I remember arcades being inside bowling alleys, but this is kind of where it's literally like half arcade, half bowling alley. And it has a little bit of a restaurant on the side, which I never fucking went to. But
yeah, they're also dying. That's why I was just like, wow, you still have main events. I was like, I didn't think that they still had locations outside of Texas anymore.
Yep. Yes, they got one in Overland Park, one in Independence up here. And I went to the Overland Park. Either the Overland Park or Olathe, and I went to that one for my birthday last year. So that was about 9 months ago. So,
but yeah, no, I miss the arcade, like the experience of going in, being around a bunch of gamers.
There is one at the Overland Park Mall.
And not only that,
it's a small one though.
As awesome as Dave and Buster's is, like, don't get me wrong, Dave and Buster's is pretty cool. Dave and Buster's is not a arcade per se. There are arcade games there, but it is mostly a lot of like coin pusher shit. There's not foosball. What is it called? There actually is a foosball table in the Dave and Buster's here. But yeah, air hockey. It's more shit like that. Physical games. I would say kind of like a Fantasia style, like theme or fun park kind of deal. Less arcade. Even if there is a Time Crisis in there. Shout out to Time Crisis. I don't think that series is even being made anymore.
I think they're trying to make a second one, but don't keep your hopes up.
A second one? Dude, there was like 5 games.
Whatever it is, they're trying to make a new one.
I saw the last time I went into the one in Independence, they had House of the Dead 4?
Damn, that's old.
But it basically was like a stand-up thing when you did.
Yeah.
And they have like a giant Tetris machine, and so it's like, why the fuck would you have a giant Tetris machine?
But yeah, like I said, it's not really an arcade. When I think of an arcade, I think, there may be an air hockey table in there. So, gamers like air hockey. I don't know why. I love air hockey too. I no clue. Maybe it's because I don't like playing real sports.
We ended up putting my sister into the tornado machine, the wind tunnel, basically.
Yep.
Basically, and she was like, when it got to 100 miles an hour, I think she left. She's like, nope, can't stand that anymore.
But yeah, no, I'm talking about the arcade where you'd go there. There'd be a bunch of gamers there. People would huddle around the guy that has the high score. You know, the shit from the 80s movies that you always see.
Wreck-It Ralph, the stuff you'd see there. Yeah.
Yeah, I miss that because I miss that kind of environment. And the nature of it is that gamers do kind of get the stigmatism of we never come out of our rooms. You joked about never coming out of your cave.
Yeah.
And I think that the arcade was really kind of that culture of a bunch of gamers being able to come together. Obviously, we have Discord and stuff now, but we're talking over the internet. Like, we're all in our fucking rooms right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We're not in
here. We can see each other's faces, but that's about it.
Yeah, we're not in a studio. I don't have a podcast studio. I don't know if you guys do. I definitely don't. I have my setup, and I have this kind of stuff so I can record this entire room so I can go record stuff, but it's not a podcast. It's also nice
that we can, I mean, we're hitting like, not necessarily three corners, but it's like you're in Texas, I'm in Kansas City, he's in Colorado.
Colorado?
He's in Colorado. And so he's in Frosty, I'm in medium, you're in hot. And actually, the orientation here, because it's like I'm in the east-ish.
Well, he's north,
south, and he's in the west.
I'm in the Midwest. What are you talking about?
Well, technically, anything that's west of Virginia and east of California is Midwest. So, pretty much.
Well, technically, you would be part of the northern states, Flame, during the secession. I'm in the Midwest.
You're in the South.
I'm still considered Midwest.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
I'm considered South as well, if you're talking about the Mason-Dixon line. But
yeah, the Mason-Dixon line, you'd be considered the North. Me and Cy would be considered the South.
Anything this side of the Mississippi during the Civil War, were neutral. We didn't do anything. Or is that something they don't teach kids in school these days?
Well, that's because the old Wild West wasn't
Texas.
Well, it's because the Wild West didn't happen until the fucking 80s.
I don't think Texas was part of the war.
Or the 18...
The Civil War? Texas was like a major component of the Civil War.
Hang on. Yeah. Everything I remember from school was pretty much all the states east of the Mississippi were in the war.
Because the West wasn't used at all. There weren't states on the west side of Mississippi at that point in time. There were territories, but there were no states. Yeah,
dude. Texas not being involved in the Civil War. Yeah, no, that's just factually incorrect.
Well, you guys had your own little war going.
Well, dude, that was years earlier. You're talking about the Texas Revolution?
The one with the Alamo.
Yes, that was years earlier.
That's the Spanish-American War. That's different.
No, that was not the Spanish-American War. That was the Texas Revolution.
Okay.
Trust me, I know. We literally have a class here called Texas History. Yeah, no, that was years before the Civil War. So no, we do not have our own internal war happening here between Mexico and us. But
the Civil War was in the 1800s. The
1880s.
In the 1880s, and the push to the west wasn't until either the very late 1800s to the early 1900s. Even up until like the 1930s, it was the West was still being colonized.
Well, you can. While we're talking about video games, Red Dead Revolution. Wow, Red Dead Redemption.
Well, Red Dead. I was gonna say Revolution was the first one.
No, that was Revolver. It was Red Dead Revolver. Red Dead Redemption is actually, both games are during like the industrialization of the West. The push west is what it happens during those games. Because it was the old Wild West. But anyway, we're gonna go ahead and into here. So hang on one second. I'm gonna have to cut this part out. Okay, so let's give our closing statements about the video game crash in 19. I've already kind of this last like half hour has been my closing statements about how I think it's gonna happen again. But I want to hear your guys's, and apparently Coda wants to give hers based on the look she's giving.
What do you want to say?
I agree.
Well, the thing is, my one opinion is that we're going to hit a technological stagnation probably in the next 10, 20 years. People are going to just see the same thing, get the same thing. I'm going to get everything normally. And then people are just going to stop playing. Or it's going to evolve so much, consoles will no longer be a thing.
We just put shit into our minds. That would be fucking crazy. Just to have, like, you buy the brand new game and you just put it in your brain.
Well, they're saying that the technological singularity is not that far. We're peaking, basically, to the point of where we have to break through a plateau, otherwise we're not going to advance much more.
Yeah,
we'll have to change the human body over in order to improve.
But what about the video game crash?
As far as the video game crash, I mean, I'm a little bit sad to see arcades dip, like you were talking about. I mean, that's basically I grew up with arcades around. Not so much I didn't get a chance to go to many, but I knew that they were around, and I actually specifically moved into an area a while back that was right next to one, so I could go to one anytime I wanted to. Fucking fly. And I don't think the exact same thing is going to happen as far as the how the crash happened, like the oversaturation and such like that. We are, especially since there are curated collections, and that's kind of what fixed the crash in the first place, was curation. Now on the PC side, possibly there might be a pull away from gaming on the PC side. Just
a second pull.
Yeah. More than on the console side, because the consoles, like I said, are curated collections. They're very much limited in what they offer. And a lot of that stuff is exclusive to those platforms.
Well, it's best to describe the PC is an open platform, meaning anybody can develop for it. In order to develop for a console, you have to have a SDK.
Yeah. You have to have the licenses, basically.
Yeah, SDK, software development kit.
Yeah, to be able to do and so yes, you do have to. It is a club you pay to be in, kind of, sort of.
The cool kids club.
Yeah, and most big developers are already in that club, where they were in that club on day one. Throwing an extra $100,000 at PlayStation said, "Hey, I want the license kit to be able to, I want the development kit to be able to develop for your console, so we can have launch titles or whatever." And that's going to happen no matter what, just because as long as the name is strong, they're going to continue to develop for those consoles. Now, something like we have the Switch, and we always hear goddamn rumors of the Switch 2 or Switch Pro or whatever the hell. And as far as I can tell, there's been no real confirmation that it's ever going to come. They said that they're working on advances in hardware, but they never specifically said, "Hey, we're making a sequel to the Switch."
Well, we know that there's going to be another console. The Switch was too popular to not warrant a successor. We just don't know what it's going to be.
I mean, I can understand if they do a revamp or a upgrade to the Switch, or like a Switch 2 or something like that.
Dude, I would be
fucking name.
I would be perfectly fine if they just did like the new Switch, or called it something like that. Because, like I said, I mean, we sucked the Switch's dick in this podcast. But
all three of us have a Switch, so
yeah, all three of us have a Switch, and we all like the Switch quite a bit. And the fact of the matter is that if they were just released a hardware revision of the Switch and called it something else, I'd be fine with it. I mean, make it completely backwards compatible, brand new games that can be released only on it. Okay.
Well, and maybe Nintendo will actually do the smart thing this time, do a first gen fucking OLED instead of waiting until mid gen to do it.
Yeah.
Fucking place that's the one thing that the Vita did right. First gen was OLED. And then they backtracked to fucking normal LED screens.
It was too expensive. Because the Vita was failing. So they couldn't keep up.
Yeah, I say I like the Vita as a console. It does well.
I just have no feelings about the Vita, because for me it was. I joke about it being the weed machine, which it kind of is.
It's dominantly Japanese developed console.
But I just have no feelings about it, because there's not anything on it that I would really feel two ways about playing. Persona 4 Golden got released over to the PC, so I don't even... the only game that I was interested on it is no longer exclusive to it.
And there aren't many exclusives for it. I mean, a lot of the appeal for it was to be able to play games, especially like PS3 quality games.
Yeah.
As well as like PS1 originals and stuff like that. PS1, PSP, PS2. The originals that they had in their PS3 collection. And I have to say PS3 collection because it's the goddamn same thing. It is pretty much there's a few PS4 quality that got into it, but it's mostly PS3.
Yeah.
And it's mostly you get to play those on the go or take it with you type things. It's the only thing that I don't like is if you have the same game on both, the saves do not cross over. And it's like, okay, if I want to play this here and this there, the saves do not go blood to blood back and forth. And that's one of the downsides of every console is the saves do not cross over, except for I think PlayStation does have the cloud save system.
Yes.
As long as you're on your account.
Yeah, you can do cloud saving, but they don't cross over typically, because you have to actually save to the cloud, which not a lot of games have anyway. It's a place where Steam has them beat. No matter what, your clouds or your saves are on Steam. You have cloud saving no matter what game.
Yeah.
I still have games that I played 5 years ago that my saves are still there.
Yeah.
Anyway, Flame. Final statements on Video Game Crash?
No.
None?
Nothing else really.
All right. Well, next podcast, we are going to be talking about the ESRB, everybody's favorite censorship organization, and whether they even matter anymore with the rise of digital gaming and the fall of physical. We're we're going to be talking about that as our main topic next episode. But anyway, go ahead and shamelessly plug yourselves, guys.
All right.
Beeler.
Yeah. All right. I am SciSpy. You can find me over at SciSpy Gaming on YouTube. On Twitter, you can find me at SciSpy84. On Twitch, you can find me on at SciSpy84. And that's about all there is to me. You've probably heard the same bullshit all 4 episodes, but yep, that's me.
What are you playing on? Hang on. What are you playing? So we know that you have not posted in a while. And I know you're planning a comeback right now.
Yeah, the problem with the comeback is I have to finish the assets that I'm working on, and the assets I'm working on could take another few months. So,
jeez.
So dead channel.
Well, pretty much.
For the people that are not developing items in Blender for custom visualizations, that's yeah.
Well, the three of us.
What are you talking about? I am using Blender right now.
Like I was saying, the three of us earlier should all buy Shredder's Revenge and play it and put it on our channels.
Shredder's Revenge. Well, I am planning on doing a no commentary playthrough of the Quarry and posting that, but that's just it's taking me some time to have the time to sit down and do that. Just sit for 5 hours and record a single session. And I know there's multiple endings, and I have no fucking idea what the right choices are. So,
the Cinema Snob, the one I was trying to mention earlier, said it's only about maybe a 3 or 4 hour game. It's not that long. The one that you forgot who you're talking about.
Yeah.
He's a good guy. Over on my channel, I learned that this is a piece of shit. The book, not the game. The book.
But go ahead and plug yourself, and then
I know
describe what you do.
I'm still working on the one channel with this playthrough, and so I am working on one of my theory videos, my first official theory video. My other channel, my normal channel, finishing up Fire Emblem. I finally got my backlog on that channel uploaded. Got to get back to my Pokemon Nuzlocke, but work has been just hell this month. So when all of your employees just up and decide to leave, quit, and put their 2 weeks in, you don't have much time for anything else. I finished my current whatever stream I was doing on Twitch series today.
Iron Man.
Did you win?
Nope. Killed at the last boss. So I was like, fuck.
Ripperoni.
Like, okay, I'm done. I'm not trying again.
Yeah, I'm not doing another.
And what's your Twitch handle, since you stream over there commonly?
Flamink Live over there. YouTube is Flamink and Final Fantasy Theories. Those are the 3 areas. Still don't know how to do Twitch, but it's at the _hidden flame, I think. You can find me on Facebook somehow. Have you
been part of the Twitter exodus?
Not really, but it's actually leveled out, so I don't know what's going on there anymore.
I think everybody who was going to leave, left before the announcement was made. So,
well, of course,
before it's official.
Of course, you guys know I go by SamK. You can find me on YouTube at youtube.com/c/SamK Gaming. I officially announced and have put into effect my brand new channel format, where I am aiming more at a technology side of things. And I have released a SM58 clone review, where I hold it out like a piece of garbage, because it is a piece of garbage. And also did the Drake meme. But you can find me over there. I am planning on finishing the games that I am currently doing. After that, it is no more gameplay on that channel. and I am still working on the Bad Game Sunday, which is my own web series. After that, I will be doing a low-budget indie horror movie, and that is where Blender comes into effect. By the way, Sai, I am creating my own CGI assets inside of Blender for Bad Game Sunday. So yes, you're not the only one that's using Blender at the moment.
Well, then you understand how much of a pain in the ass it can be.
Yes, I do. But at the same time, I'm. You're like, well, y'all are using. I am.
Yeah.
I looked into Blender. It's so complicated.
Of
It
course,
can do a lot.
Of course, my channel that I have been heavily focused on is my Star Wars channel. That is youtube.com/c/the Jedi Master Pro. I recently released 2 videos that have gotten some traction about the Knights of the Republic 2 Switch port and how terrible it is.
The garbage port.
Yeah, the garbage port. Of course, I also have 3 other projects in the works right now for that channel. I did a video with SciSpy here where we went up against each other, basically a noob versus pro kind of deal. I see that face.
Who's the noob? Who's the pro?
Well,
watch the video and find out.
Yeah, watch the video and find out. But it's pretty obvious who the pro is. I literally have a Star Wars channel.
Yeah.
The next Uncovering Star Wars Lore is actually finished writing, so that one is going to be coming out soon. I also have the next comparison video between all the versions of a Star Wars game already uploaded, and that will come out. That will actually be out before this comes out. And yeah. If you guys do want to find me on Twitter, my handle is @Sam_KIA. I usually just post my video content there. So, super active, obviously. But yeah, if you guys are interested in hanging out with us, there is a link to our Discord down in the description box below. Go ahead and hop in there. Give us some talking to. Feel free to berate us or call us motherfuckers. In order to get your pleb status, you do have to make sure to follow the rules that are in our welcome screen. And if you are awesome enough, you will get your own basic potato status. Anyway, if you do want to see your own topics mentioned in a video, make sure to leave a comment down in the description or through our Discord. They'll absolutely allow you to do that. Anyway, guys, we will see you in the next podcast and the next Dead On discussion.